never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The latest storm in the atmospheric river system will continue through California, and a big snow is headed to Tahoe.
Amanda Young with the National Weather Service in Reno says Lake Tahoe will be under a winter storm warning until early Friday morning.
South Lake Tahoe, they had 5 inches of snow, but they also, on the flip side of that, there had some rainfall, about an inch. They had roughly about an inch of rainfall and about 5 inches of new snow.
The Tahoe area could see 5 to 10 inches of snow, 10 to 20 inches above 7,000 feet. I'm Dave Collins.
The top public health authority on the planet is rating one COVID variant most contagious of all as viral spread continues in many places.
With COVID-19 still raging in China, their leadership is allowing citizens to travel the world. Now the new Omicron subvariant is the most contagious type of COVID you can get. That's according to the World Health Organization. However, it also notes the variant XBB 1.5 does not seem to make people any sicker in the northeastern United States, doubling about every 2 weeks. I'm Lance Pry.
In the U.S., there's still no Speaker of the House following many rounds of votes in the chamber. Pennsylvania Republican Representative-elect Scott Perry says there's a reason why he is not voting for House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy.
We are looking for transformational change in the swamp and the uniparty in Washington, D.C. that doesn't work for the American people, that works for Washington, D.C. And we're not going to leave until we have that.
McCarthy continues to be blocked by a conservative faction of the party staunchly opposed to his candidacy. McCarthy's opponents argue the party is in need of fresh leadership. The U.S. plans to supply Ukraine with Bradley fighting vehicles. The vehicles will be part of a new round of military assistance for that country, the administration plans to announce on Friday. This is USA News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur with words from another happy payroll customer.
Well, it's very easy to use. From the login and the setup was extremely easy. I didn't have to call anyone for help. I was able to do it on my own. And I love the fact that I can run my payroll and print my pay stubs and then you guys do all of the filing for me. So I get a quarterly report that everything's been filed on my behalf, and then at the end of the year I can print out my W-2s. So I use you guys. I tell everybody, it's the easiest thing I've ever done. Why anybody doesn't use y'all, I don't know.
Visit us at patriotsoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
With patriotsoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
City officials are publicly identifying the 8 family members who they found dead after a welfare check in Enoch, Utah.
So this is a tremendous blow to many, many families who have spent many, many nights with these individuals who are now gone.
Enoch Mayor Jeffrey Chestnut identified the family as couple Tasha and Mike Haight, his mother Gail Earl, and their 5 children. He added Tasha filed for divorce shortly before the murders. Police say they suspect Mike Haight committed suicide after killing the others. Chris Beard is out as head coach of the University of Texas men's basketball team. The school announced Beard was terminated following his arrest for domestic violence last month. Beard was charged with strangling his fiancée during an argument at his home, but she later released a statement denying that he choked her. Acting head coach Rodney Terry will stay in the role for the rest of the season. In theaters, Avatar: The Way of Water continues to climb up the all-time box office list. The sequel film is now the 10th highest grossing film ever. DeMar Hamlin's jersey is a top seller. Online retailer Fanatic says Hamlin's Buffalo Bills #3 jersey is the best seller among all sports. Meantime, doctors at University of Cincinnati Medical Center say Hamlin himself, who suffered cardiac arrest during Monday night's game, is, quote, beginning to awaken. The NFL announcing Thursday the Bills and Cincinnati Bengals will not be finishing their Week 17 game. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay, and that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Time again already. Yep, looking at the clock, indeed, we've crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So here we go. We kick off a Friday. How about that? First Friday of the new year as we roll into an anniversary date. Any recollection of January the 6th? We all remember that day. Oh, what a big to-do. January 6, 2023. So, time zone to time zone. We'll make our way in as we head toward the weekend. Hope the first week of the new year's off to a good start around the country. All right, we'll have some special guests joining us this morning. Kyle Fisher will be on board. Bob Galuska will be joining us from Chicago, I believe from the Gold Eagle headquarters, because that's what we're all about. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios, our home base here, Southwest Ohio. Yeah, it's starting to feel a little more seasonal. We had 60s for high temperatures earlier in the week here in the Ohio Valley. Some areas actually saw some record highs. Looking at 35 at this hour, another cloudy night. But it definitely feels more seasonal. I mean, it is wintertime. It felt like spring earlier in the week. A much quieter night in California. It's kind of like the calm between storms after the worst of the bomb cyclone Wednesday into Thursday, 24 hours ago. Man, oh man, the rain was coming down. But it's needed rainfall in California. The pressure in that particular system actually dropped by 29 millibars between 4 a.m. California time Tuesday and 4 a.m. Wednesday morning. That's the definition of a bomb cyclone. And when the pressure drops like that, you get rapidly intensifying winds, the process strengthening the winds associated with the storm. And it was definitely reflected in the recorded wind gusts in California. According to reports from Wednesday and Thursday, 132 mile per hour gust was recorded in Alpine Meadows, California, Placer County. It's northeast of Sacramento, 132. Further to the east, had a gust of 119 miles per hour in Kirkwood, California, as well as in Palisades, Tahoe, California, 119 there. Of the recorded wind gust from the storm, the strongest winds were recorded in northern and interior California. It's not nearly as windy tonight. We don't see nearly as many high wind warnings, but still awaiting the next storm, which we'll delve into coming up here. Crews had their work cut out for them this past morning, though, as the sun came up, revealing the extent of the damage. Trees had crashed down with those winds, bringing down power lines and sections of roofs. Spokesperson for San Francisco's Emergency Operations Center said Thursday 445 incidents of downed trees reported in that city over the past week. 286 of those were in the past 24 hours. In San Mateo County, south of San Francisco, CAL FIRE officials tweeted that firefighters were responding to nonstop calls in the early morning hours, tens of thousands of outages, especially along the coastal counties in Northern California. The emergency declaration this past day, Butte County in Northern California, that proclamation provides for access to financial assistance for reimbursements associated with response and recovery following the damage from the storm. County offered several locations for residents to pick up sand and sandbags to protect their homes from floodwaters, and numerous roads were obviously closed following the heavy rain. It was the second such incident of the atmospheric river in the past week. Had a big storm come in over the New Year's weekend. Of course, midweek this week, deadly storms, 3 fatalities with the first system, 2 confirmed fatalities with this week's storm. By Wednesday of this week, downtown San Francisco saw their wettest stretch of 10 days since 1871, according to the National Weather Service. I'm assuming that's as far as the records go back. That particular location picked up 10.33 inches of rain from the day after Christmas to January the 4th. The all-time 10-day record was 14.37 inches, January of 1862. So that was a few years earlier. But this train of storms is continued to line up across the Pacific. More will be taking aim at the Golden State. More moisture could continue to help, obviously, ease the drought condition. Forecasters warn the threat of more flooding and more mudslides will actually be increasing with each progressing storm. You've got a bit of a break in the action today, Friday. By Friday night, next system comes in. It'll be, that one will be kind of toward central and northern California. We look ahead to the start of the new week, Monday into Tuesday, another big system that they expect will bring more torrential rains and yards of snow to the higher elevations in the Sierra to much of California once again. Elsewhere around the country, so as we look over toward the east tonight, a little bit of rain over in eastern Pennsylvania tonight. A little rain going to be pushing into New York City, as a matter of fact, in the upcoming hours. Little break in the action through central Pennsylvania, more light to moderate rain over western Pennsylvania. A little bit of maybe flurry activity up toward Cleveland, Ohio. Pittsburgh, you've got some showers, rains extending down to just north of Charleston, West Virginia. You may encounter a few spotty flurries over western portions of Ohio as the colder air comes in. This is our next push of cold air, kind of bringing us back to the reality that it's still wintertime in the eastern portions of the country. At first, the cold air pushes into the lower part of the atmosphere, and it's going to bring a bit of freezing rain in a zone from Ottawa and Montreal, Canada, down to maybe Plattsburgh, New York, overnight tonight. As that layer of cold air kind of deepens, we'll see a transition to some snow expanding southward, including much of western New York, central New England, over to coastal Maine. Again, through the overnight hours, it's not going to be a big snowmaker, generally 2 or 3 inches of snow at best. But as that pool of chilly air lingers in the Midwest and spreads into more of the Northeast, snow showers will become a bit more common, shifting from the Great Lakes region to the central Appalachians and much of New England. Thursday night and through the upcoming day, Friday. We'll be waiting for a couple of pieces of energy from that big California bomb cyclone that's going to make its way across the Rockies, emerging over the Great Plains. Just enough moisture may be drawn into the colder air to set the stage for some rounds of wintry weather from the mid-Mississippi and the Ohio valleys to the mid-Atlantic region this coming weekend. Now, the exact timing and coverage for the snow and the wintry mix not yet set in stone, as the first of those disturbances may actually fall apart as it kind of moves into drier air before making its way across the Appalachians. We do expect a zone of snow, sleet, and maybe some rain mix to develop from parts of Missouri Saturday night into portions of Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio on Sunday this weekend. We may see enough snow for some areas to make roads slushy, a bit slippery. All or mostly snow near and just north of, say, I-70, unless the storm shifts the track a little bit further to the north. The zone from Chicago to Detroit, likely to avoid any accumulating snow at this point. And since the second disturbance will have more moisture to work with, there's a better chance of some snow or a wintry mix to push across the central Appalachians on toward parts of the mid-Atlantic and New England Sunday night into early Monday of next week. So we're looking at a zone essentially stretching from southern Iowa, northern Missouri, say the northern two-thirds of Illinois, northern Indiana, Ohio, and a good portion of Pennsylvania. It could see some slippery conditions. Now, they're already kind of giving us a heads up, potential for a winter storm next week. Long-range forecasters have been analyzing the potential for a large Atlantic coast storm during the period of January the 10th through the 14th. They've been looking at this for weeks now as more energy from these western storms feed eastward and provide a bigger dip in the jet stream from the Atlantic coast next week. We could be talking a more substantial winter storm evolving for the Northeast. Rain, heavy snow for some. Looks like the window for this looks to be around January 11th or 12th right now. So still, several days away, but There's a number of East Coast cities that haven't really had their first significant snow of the season yet. New York City, the last time there was a tenth of an inch of snow or more was March the 9th, and you got 4/10 of an inch of snow there. Temperatures don't have to be extremely cold, of course, for snow to develop. Snow can fall and accumulate with temperatures near or even just above that 32-degree mark. Said this next system is going to feature a dip in temperatures in the wake of the larger storm next week. Even if the storm ends up moving offshore, most of the precip is going to bypass the Northeast. But now there's a cold high pressure that's going to move in later next week. We're not going to be talking the extreme cold that we saw like back toward Christmas, but indeed, going to be more winter-like. So welcome aboard as we're underway a Friday. Let's get it started here. Who we got online here? Colton is on Christmas break still. Young Colton. It's been a while since we've heard from you. Hope you had a good Christmas and New Year. I guess back to school next week. Yeah, he's off for another couple of days there. Yeah, hope you enjoyed your time off there. Heavy D is on board. Hello, Steve and the overnight crew. Everybody stay safe. Keep on trucking. There's Billy. Good morning, Steve. We've got 49 degrees in Forest Park, Georgia. I'm heading toward Wilson, North Carolina tonight. And we got Richard. Morning from Central Florida, where it's 63 degrees. Hello, Steve, and hello, Colton. Have a great day. All right, James says, oh boy, another day without a speaker. That is correct. Yes, another day. We have now reached a total of 11 votes, and still no confirmation of McCarthy as speaker. Now, the weekend's coming on. What happens if the Democrats actually go home for the weekend? The leadership for the Democrat Party is pleading with all of their members to remain in Washington through the weekend to continue blocking McCarthy from becoming the speaker. But yes, 11 votes, and nothing's really changed with votes. What we started with vote number 7, was it this morning? 7, 8, 9, 10. So we had 4 or 5 votes this past day. It's insane. 24 hours ago, they were talking about McCarthy had kind of struck a deal, and they anticipated at least a handful of those members that had been voting no would come on board. That did not happen. With each progressive vote, you still have about 20 House Republicans refusing to budge, will not vote for McCarthy. Howdy there, Steve. Gerald checking in. Welcome back to YouTube. How many days till Christmas, right? Hope you and the family had a wonderful New Year, and we're ready to go. All right. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry checking in with 46 degrees in Kingston, New York. Rolling along 87 northbound tonight. Morning, Steve and the overnight crew from Lexington, Kentucky. There's Kevin. Good morning. Want to have a shout out to Chad and Big Rodney this Friday morning. Northwest Illinois, there's Roy checking in. 30 right now, feels like 19 with the winds. Dean, good morning from Lowminster, Massachusetts. Good to have you with us, Dean. Hello to Marianne. Morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Stay safe, everybody out there. Shorty says, good year so far. And we're still on YouTube. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 28 degrees in Ulysses, Kansas tonight. Beautiful night. In the chrome-plated cow truck shining bright under the moon in the land of Oz. How about a special one-night-only shout-out to the entire staff and listenership on TNCRadio.live. There you go. Thank you much, Lauren Weiss. Dipsy Driver, morning, Steve. All tuned in for the most informed show out there. Everybody have a great, safe night and a good weekend. Copy the mail, 5-7. Michigan Madman is on board there. Hello, Steve. Gilligan, but good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Got a clear, cool night at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. We're still at 40 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up there. Hello, Steve. Dave checking in from an icy Parsonsfield, Maine. As I'm enjoying my retirement, but I do miss being out on the road. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, Dipsy Driver said, some days are better than others, right? First of all, good morning, Steve, and the most informed audience out there. Looking forward to hearing more about Gold Eagle products. I'm feeling better now, adding stable storage to my lawn tractor, generator, and the 2018 GMC Terrain that I have stored with only 27,000 miles. Along with the FR3 in the oil. I'm still driving the 2013 with 148,000 miles. Of course, treated with Hot Shot Secret products. It's running like new. Well, you got a big moose, you got a big head, you got a big sexy, now you got a big dummy, me. Simply amazing how easy I can hurt myself doing simple things like smacking my ribs on the corner of my workbench, picking up a water bottle, then adding 50 pounds of softener salt, no problem, until I simply picked up a cup of coffee and threw out my back today. I think I just need to wrap myself up in bubble wrap and stay in bed for now. Good golly. Have another great show as always. I know where you're coming from, Dipsy. It's amazing. You can do tasks for people that have pulled their back. The last time I think I jerked my back out pretty bad, it was simply trying to put on a pair of jeans. One of the times I was just picking up a suitcase to put on the bed, and when we were getting ready to go on a cruise. Another time, it's just the way you twist, the way you move, just simply something as simple as leaning over to turn the water on for the shower. You'll grab your back and it'll be out for 3-4 days. So I know where you're coming from. I hope your back feels better soon there. All right, we'll get to Kyle Fisher with Hot Shot Secret. And Bob Galuska going to be joining us here from Chicago. We'll be talking Gold Eagle, Stay-Bill Storage, and he'll introduce us to some of the other Gold Eagle products here coming up as we roll into a Friday news break, a couple of minutes away here. So time to check in with a couple of other listening friends. Buster Brown is on board. Good morning from K-Town. Hey, Steve, maybe next Monday, can you try to locate the water levels for Lake Mead? Because all summer long, of course, we've been talking the record lows, the dropping levels. With these storms coming through, and there's going to be obviously more heavy rains out west, through the weekend and into early next week. they're saying many of the reservoirs are going to be reaching, they'll be filling back up to capacity. The snow levels in some of the higher elevations, they're telling us there. We're talking yards, literally yards of additional snow coming on through the weekend into next week. A matter of fact, the storm from Sunday night to Tuesday of next week here, they say has the potential to be the biggest of the bunch in terms of the amount of rain that could be focused on central portions of California. That storm alone is likely to bring higher snow levels compared to the storm that we saw this past day and the storms coming up this weekend. The higher snow levels may unleash more of a combination of heavy rain and melting snow at intermediate elevations of the Sierra Nevada, which may then surge into San Joaquin and the Sacramento Valley streams and rivers. They're talking the potential maybe for some catastrophic flooding as this stormy pattern continues out west. But they've got some very interesting numbers we'll delve into a bit later in the program. Meanwhile, around the country, hey, you got some questions? You can jump on in here. I know a lot of folks have been anxious to talk about Stay-Bill products and Gold Eagle products. It's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. President Joe Biden this coming weekend making his first visit to the U.S.-Mexico border since taking office.
I will visit the border myself this Sunday in El Paso to assess border enforcement operations, meet with the local officials and community leaders.
On Thursday, Biden announced also changes to the pandemic-era Title 42 policy to expand the government's ability to expel illegal immigrants from Central America and some parts of South America. A California congressman-elect says Democrats in the U.S. House are happy to work a deal out with more liberal Republicans for the speakership. Tom McClintock said the Democratic conference will vote to approve for any GOP taker, but they have some requests.
And by the way, here's our list of demands. We want to have no significant investigations of the administration or past policies. We want half of the committee chairmanships.
I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-790-4815. 800-790-4815. 800-790-4815. That's 800-790-4815.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, so we're underway here on a Friday morning in the Eastern Time Zone. The rest of the country will be joining us. Of course, it's Friday afternoon in the land down under. Hello to Sylvester. It's been a while since you checked in. Looks like Dean is on board. Howdy from Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia, where it's a cool 70 degrees, a little rainy. How about that? Hey, I'll trade you. Got about half of what you got. We got 35. I trade you 35 for a 70 there, Dean. Happy New Year, by the way. All right, let's get right to it here. Let me jump up to the phone line, see if we got things up and running. First, Bob joins us. Bob Galuska in Chicago, I presume. Morning, Bob.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you?
I'm doing well. Happy New Year. Did you have good holidays, I hope?
I did travel back to Pennsylvania to see some family, and now getting right back into work with joining you on the show here.
Now, did you do air travel or did you drive? Because air travel was a mess in Chicago over the holidays.
Air travel it was, and I got in and out without any issues.
How about
I think
that?
I might have been one of the only ones.
I saw that Southwest canceled like 15,000 flights over the holidays there, and they're taking quite a hit. So they're in recovery mode, trying to offer people all kinds of free sky miles and reimbursements and refunds, hoping that they'll come back and fly with them again. But yeah, you have another listening friend that was planning to fly into Chicago there on Saturday. Guess that was Christmas Eve, and their flight never got out of Florida. So yeah, it was a nightmare for a lot of people. Hey, on the other line, we've got none other than Kyle Fisher on board. Hey there, Kyle. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year. Happy Friday. How's it going? Overnight Drive Nation. Looking forward to being on again. It's been a while, Steve.
It has been a while, yeah. So how's things been going with you? It's been busy, I presume.
It has. Yeah, we actually I got some time off there, so I had a quite a good break over the holidays, and came back into a swamp and on my desk piled up. So I'm digging through it, getting ready for 23 now, and it's starting quick. So back to the grind.
All right. Well, this is our first chance to speak with Bob and some of the folks from Gold Eagle, of course, with the acquisition of Hot Shot Secret in 2022. First, I guess, Bob, it's great to have you on board. Welcome into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. And We're here to talk a bit. Listeners are very inquisitive about some of the Gold Eagle products. Of course, I guess what primarily number one product is Staybill, but you've got other products. You got a whole line of products that you can kind of introduce us to this morning. Where would you like to start, Bob?
We can start wherever you want.
Well, how about let's start with Staybill, which has been the go-to additive, as we say, for over 60 years. Tell the listeners what Staybill is all about.
Yeah, so most people know us for our red storage product. That's probably the one that most people are the most familiar with. That product's been around since about 1958, and the main purpose of that one is just really to keep gas fresh during storage. That formula stabilizes fuel for up to 2 years. It's going to remove any water in the fuel. It's going to prevent corrosion. And this is a great product for something like a generator that maybe you keep around in your garage when you don't know if a storm's going to hit. And when it does, I mean, you want to pull it out and make sure that it's going to run. And you want a product that you can trust in the fuel tank to pull that cord, and God forbid, that's the only thing keeping your power on. The second other well-known product we have is our Stable 360 Protection, and this is like an amber colored, also available at any of the auto parts stores, big box stores. The real difference with this one is it contains a complete fuel system cleaner, and it's an ethanol treatment. So this is an item that's good to use really during like every oil change, or even more frequently than that. Clean the fuel system with some PEA additives, remove any of that gum, carbon, varnish, prevent any corrosion, and then it also still keeps the fuel fresh for up to a year. So somebody who has a collector car or just a nice car that they keep in the garage, or, I mean, even some people with EVs these days who maybe they don't even realize they're not putting fresh gas in the tank every couple months. It's good for all those people. And then last but not least, our other main item, which is on the right side of your desk there, is our Marine 360, which is very similar to the amber product you just had in your hand, but this one's a little more concentrated just because usually marine tanks are a little bit larger. And this has double the water removers since boats are normally around water, or at least they should be.
So I guess, one thing that I've noticed, and obviously you probably are well aware, most people have no idea that gasoline really, I don't know, is it go bad or does it go stale? What's the term you use for gas? I mean, it doesn't take long before your gas starts breaking down. Explain that, can you?
Yeah. So first off, not all gas is the same. So the most common gas at the pump right now is a 10% blended ethanol fuel, and that's any octane level. So 87, 89, 91, 93, whatever the octane level, it's usually about a mixture of a 10% ethanol. So ethanol fuels are hydroscopic, so that means they naturally attract water because they contain an alcohol, and that alcohol absorbs water literally right out of the air. So ethanol blended fuels tend to kind of go bad within 30 days from getting the gas at the pump. So the way I like to kind of explain it is, imagine you're getting milk at the grocery store. It has a good till date on it, and if you don't use that milk by that date, it starts curding, getting chunky, and your gasoline does the same thing, except the pump doesn't tell you what the expiration date is. But the rule of thumb and kind of the law that these gasoline companies use is the gas needs to stay good for 30 days. That's the federal limit. And that means really from the refinery to even the pump. So when you're getting it at the pump, it probably really has a 20 to 25 day limit by the time you get it. But within that 30 days, it starts kind of breaking down. So Stable's been around, like I said, since 1958. Ethanol blended fuels are not the only type of gas that goes bad. That's kind of a misconception that, well, if I buy non-ethanol fuel, it doesn't go bad. Now, non-ethanol fuel, although it doesn't contain the ethanol, it still goes bad. The good news is it doesn't degrade as quickly, and it's not as hydroscopic because it doesn't have that alcohol in the fuel, but it still tends to go bad within 60 to 90 days. Starts losing those light ends in the fuel, which is actually what helps it combust to either start. So even though it's non-ethanol blended fuels, you still need a stabilizer. It still goes bad.
And 30 days, that's a pretty short time. Now, say I've got a vehicle, which Steve Sommers has a vehicle parked on the street which had a mechanical issue, the power steering issue, and I haven't really fired the darn thing up since about Halloween. If I haven't treated my fuel, what's going to happen when I go to start the vehicle? And what if I tried to add like Stay-Bill now? Would it do any good, or is once it goes bad, is it too late to treat it?
So once the fuel loses its light end, there's no additive out there that'll bring it back. There's some companies out there that say, "Oh yeah, we can make bad gas good again." It's just really it's not possible. Once that gas loses its light ends, you can't bring them back, and it's going to be hard to combust. Now, if it's only a couple months, is the car probably going to start? Yeah, you might have some knock issues, fuel mileage. You might have some clogged up injectors, depending on what it is. Or if it's a carbureted car, usually carbureted cars are a little more finicky. You get clogged carb jets. But is a couple months going to kill you? No, but I would recommend probably filling it up with fresh fuel and treating it with Stable just if it's going to sit around any longer.
Mm-hmm. All right. Good advice. All right. Let me see here. Our number, 844-844-3388. Now, you mentioned generators, and typically people go out and I guess they're supposed to fire up their generator every month or so just to keep things, make sure they're up and running. What about when you're storing, say, my lawnmower, my tractor, whatever you're going to be storing for the winter months? See, of course, during the summertime, everybody stores away their snow blowers, which a lot of folks are getting those out now as we head into the winter. Is it a better idea to run the tank empty and then start the new season with fresh gas, or is it better to fill the tank up and maybe treat it with the Stay-Bill?
Yeah, so a lot of people say draining the tank, whether it's in a car, boat, ATV, small engine equipment, whatever it may be, that's the best thing you can do rather than stabilizing. One thing at Stable that we kind of pride ourselves on is working with the actual engine manufacturers and OEMs. So together we can test and formulate the best product while making sure we're, as a company, up to date on whatever the latest engine technologies are and the best way to help keep these cars and equipment running their best for a long period of time for our customers. So what we've learned and through the testing is when you drain the tank, not only are you having to waste the fuel by either just draining it out or just letting the engine run at the end of the season for no reason, just to burn off the fuel, but the gasoline and additive mixture is actually what's preventing internal damage to the engine. So when the fuel is additized with a product like Stable or whatever else your hot shots, whatever you're putting in your fuel, it's in the tank, and the entire fuel system is actually providing corrosion control in the injectors, the tank, fuel lines, carburetor, whatever, pretty much anything that fuel touches inside of the engine. If you drain that tank, you're allowing all those internal parts to be exposed to air with no corrosion resistance, which could cause damage to the inside of the engine. So best practice we've tested and seen the most success with is keeping the tank about 95% full, especially with newer plastic tanks. They tend to swell or contract in hot and cold weather. And then adding a fuel stabilizer, letting it run through. That way everything inside the engine is coated with the fuel and corrosion resistance, meaning there shouldn't be any corrosion buildup while it's sitting as if it was if the tank was empty.
This is the time of year when you get into the cold weather where you get a lot more condensation in the tank, the lower your tank gets. So what's your recommendation? Keep the tank as full as possible. Don't let it get below a half tank?
Yeah, I mean, if you're using the car every day and you're getting your fuel from a good station and it shouldn't have water contamination, you should be okay, at least keeping it half full. But especially if something sitting around for a long period of time, especially a classic car that has a metal fuel tank, or an old lawnmower, small engine equipment, ATV that has an old metal tank, keeping that tank as full as possible and keeping the inside of that coated is definitely its best practice.
Okay. Well, I got a couple of drivers with questions we'll get to coming up here momentarily. We'll get a quick time out, and feel free to jump in. Listeners, it's 844-844-3388 as we roll into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, back at it here. Good morning to John, checking in from Rockford, Illinois, with 31 degrees at this hour. Good morning from Moxie, Washington. Daniel checking in 38, but with this temperature fluctuation, Hot Shot Secret is a must. Don't put your face in some of these other products. The gel, Hot Shot Secret works. Thanks for the thumbs up there, Daniel. Who else we got on board there? We mentioned Dipsy Driver, right? Sylvester, yep, good to have you with us as well. Pappy checking in, 38 degrees in southwestern side of Hamilton County, Ohio. Good evening, all the nocturnal listeners to the Overnight Drive family. Our house is in order. Can't say the same for Washington, though, but everybody just relax. We will get through this. Hammer down and be safe. All right? Hello, Eskimo Mom. Good to have you on board. It's kind of like your hump day, right? Middle of the work week. Gerald, Christmas was short and sweet because I was sick and under the weather. Crappy weather. Finally had our celebration on Tuesday. It was good. Hope everybody had a good holiday. So Eskimo Mom was a bit under the weather there for the holidays. All right, welcome back, gentlemen. Let me get to CB, I believe, on board. Morning, CB. Happy New Year, first of all.
Hey, Happy New Year to you, Steve, and Bob, and Kyle. A question I got, since we're on the fuel side of things, is there a product that, for as far as that can clean the catalytic converter, do you guys make a product that keeps them clean, or is it intended with the fuel additives we use?
So currently, from the Stable and Gold Eagle side of things, we don't make a specific product that cleans out the catalytic converter, but we are actually working on a formulation right now that would be an emission system cleaner and be able to clean out the catalytic converter. The formula's been in testing now for about a year. We're trying to make sure we get it right, just because there are a lot of government regulations, of course, that go along with the catalytic converter. So we're still in the testing phase, but be on the lookout for it soon.
Good. Yep. Because I was wondering about that. I mean, the cars that I got, they don't have a lot of miles on them, but I know that it has to do with it not burning it through it all the time through whether it's oxygen or fuel. and I was just wondering if they did make a cleaner for that.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is if it's a newer car and you've been adding a good complete fuel system cleaner, at least at like every oil change or so, you should be keeping the system pretty clean, and it should be burning pretty clean, which will help keep the catalytic converter clean in theory. So if you're keeping up on maintenance, that should hopefully be keeping up on the catalytic converter as well.
Yeah. Now could that also be, I mean, you have to, like you said, the fuel, the difference in fuel, I mean, I don't know if it's got anything to do with it in the catalyst part of it, but does it, I mean, will that, I understand, is how it says that it burns it through the carbon, not being able to be burnt back up through the converter, but is it, like I said, I mean, I've been using I'll use a Sta-Bil in my pickup truck because I don't move it a whole lot, but the Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, I use it. Now, is that sufficient and enough, or is there something that could be used with an additive plus that of your line of products?
I would say those two are the perfect combination, using the Sta-Bil to keep the fuel fresh and then using the Hot Shots Extreme product to keep the fuel system clean. I think you're doing the best you can right now with the products that are out there.
Good. Okay, that's the question I had, but I appreciate that, and thank you.
CB, great to have you with us. Thanks for listening in. Thanks for supporting the show, and Happy New Year. Let me see here. Good morning, Bob. Great to hear you on Steve's show this morning. I can't call in, but I do have a couple of questions for you. I usually dump out the gas and oil mix in our weed eater and our chainsaw. Is Sta-Bil storage okay for 2-cycle engines? First question.
Yes. So all of our Sta-Bil products are compatible with all 4 and 2-cycle engines. We also make a small engine 2-cycle oil that is a multi-mix, so it's good for both 50-to-1 and 40-to-1 mix ratios. And that actually also contains a fuel stabilizer right in it. So you would only have to be purchasing one product instead of having to purchase 2 separate products and mixing them together. So might be something to look at in the future.
All right, question number 2. He said, my father-in-law has several diesel-powered tractors on his farm. Is there a product for diesel, or does diesel need treatment? Just wondering about that.
So in general, diesel fuel does stay fresh longer just because of the natural additives within the diesel package. But both Hot Shots and Sta-Bil both make fuel stabilization products for diesel. Ours is called Sta-Bil Diesel. And I believe, Kyle, I think it's the Hot Shots RV additives that have the stabilizer in it. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
On the diesel side, all of ours, every one of our fuel additives have a stabilizer in them. So whether you're using the Diesel Extreme, EDT, even our new winter EDT Plus, there's a stabilizer in all those for the diesel side.
All right, let me see here. Got a couple of minutes before we hit top of the hour news break. We'll get 5-7 on board. What's happening, 5-7?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I just want to jump in real quick. Back in the day, in the 70s, we in the Navy. I had a 57 Chevy. We'd store it. You park the car for 7 months, climb in it, and go. And the only thing we knew back in the 70s, keep the tank full, keep the moisture out. That's the only thing we did. But we were talking leaded fuels, and I know they do leaded fuel additives now for old cars. I got a 87 model, a Dodge Slant 6, and I dumped Sta-Bil in it. I didn't know the difference. I just bought it, dumped it in there, and I feel comfortable with it because it's just a big toy. It's not going anywhere. So I sort of wondered, does Sta-Bil or anything, does it have a bad reaction mixing with things like with leaded additives?
No, so none of our Sta-Bil products will have any adverse reaction with leaded additive or any type of, whether it's a leaded fuel, unleaded fuel, ethanol blended fuel, non-ethanol blended fuel. It'll mix fine with all of the fuels.
Can you explain to me why they didn't break down back in the day? You know, you could leave one set for 6 months, come in, fire it up, and go. You know, that's sort of still a head.
Back in the day, fuel was actually fuel. Now, like I said, today most of the fuel is blended with ethanol, which naturally does attract water. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It just needs to be treated a little differently, which is why we came out with our ethanol treatment. But back in the day, I mean, gas was pure gas, and since it wasn't as hydroscopic, you didn't get that water contamination as much either. So that's one of the reasons that the breakdown isn't as bad as it is currently.
Okay, well, let's pause right there. We got to get a news break in here, and we'll come back with more. Hour number 2 just ahead.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. President Biden making changes to Title 42.
The Biden administration is expanding its use of a pandemic-era border measure to begin rapidly expelling illegal immigrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, while opening a new legal path up for 30,000 illegal immigrants from those countries to enter the United States a month.
They're not barred from trying to come back. They've been turned away. They go back, they try again, they try again.
The president is planning to make his first trip on Sunday to visit the U.S.-Mexico border since taking office. I'm Tim Berg.
Chris Cabrera with the Border Patrol Union in Texas says they hope the president will see the steps already being taken.
People are getting processed like they're being removed, then we transfer them to another agency, and then the paperwork gets redone and they get released.
An ongoing atmospheric river continues drenching California in heavy precipitation, including rain and snow. Flood warnings and flash flooding alerts posted in populated areas across 90% of the Golden State. L.A. resident Bryce Zabel says there's a bright side with local rains bringing relief from...
I think for all of us who are seeing rain come to this drought-parched area, it's a relief.
At the same time, the storm reportedly blamed on at least 2 deaths so far. The son of notorious drug lord El Chapo is in custody in Mexico. Reports say the Mexican army captured prominent cartel leader Ovidio Guzman Lopez during a raid in the northern state of Sinaloa today. There's still no Speaker of the House after the third day of new Congress. Dave Collins has more.
Congressman David Valadao, Republican from California, a McCarthy supporter, fills us in on what is the holdout.
This very straightforward question of what do you want was asked, and it was asked from everyone in the room, I mean, to the point where it was shouts, and there was no direct answer.
Every speaker since 1923 has been elected after just one vote. I'm Dave Collins.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
City officials are publicly identifying the 8 family members who they found dead after a welfare check in Enoch, Utah.
So this is a tremendous blow to many, many families who have spent many, many nights with these individuals who are now gone.
Enoch Mayor Jeffrey Chestnut identified the family as couple Tasha and Mike Haight, his mother Gail Earl, and their 5 children. He added Tasha filed for divorce shortly before the murders. Police say they suspect Mike Haight committed suicide after killing the others. Chris Beard is out as head coach of the University of Texas men's basketball team. The school announced Beard was terminated following his arrest for domestic violence last month. Beard was charged with strangling his fiancée during an argument at his home, but she later released a statement denying that he choked her. Acting head coach Rodney Terry will stay in the role for the rest of the season. In theaters, Avatar: The Way of Water continues to climb up the all-time box office list. The sequel film is now the 10th highest grossing film ever. DeMar Hamlin's jersey is a top seller. Online retailer Fanatic says Hamlin's Buffalo Bills #3 jersey is the best seller among all sports. Meantime, doctors at University of Cincinnati Medical Center say Hamlin himself, who suffered cardiac arrest during Monday night's game, is, quote, beginning to awaken. The NFL announcing Thursday the Bills and Cincinnati Bengals will not be finishing their Week 17 game. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me up higher.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we jump back into it here on a Friday. Hard to believe, weekend is already upon us. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. So you've seen back-to-back blows to California, wrapping up 22 and here starting 2023. Forecasters warn a series of storms lining up across the Pacific will continue to take aim at the Golden State. Rounds of heavy rain and mountain snow. The dangers of flooding and mudslides increasing with each passing storm. The atmosphere has undoubtedly, done a complete flip, the switch to storm mode as the weather pattern right through mid-month has the potential to unleash more than a foot of additional rain and yards of additional snow over the high country of the Sierra Nevada. Factoring these storms that started late December through mid-January, the rainfall and mountain snow in some areas could rival amounts that don't occur on average for 25 to 50 years or more, according to AccuWeather. And the storm from Sunday night to Tuesday, of course, as we mentioned earlier, has the potential to be the biggest of the bunch. How long is this stormy pattern going to last out west? Well, the energy from this storm train starts over Asia several weeks ago, expanding over the Pacific in late December. It's now gotten to the subtropical part of the jet stream. It's the subtropical branch of the jet stream that helps transport all this moisture into the storm, bringing it onshore along the Pacific coast. And right now, it looks like this setup's going to continue probably about till January 16th or 17th for California. Around that time frame, storms will tend to swing to the north and further inland. When that happens, the precip will dwindle in California, but it'll actually ramp up more over the interior west. You look back a year ago, last January, the faucet in California was completely shut off. San Francisco had 7/100ths of an inch of rain from January the 5th through April the 10th. They would typically see closer to 10 or 11 inches in that time frame. This year, it's a totally different scenario. When the storm train suddenly ended for much of California last year, the rains are expected to continue in the higher elevation snows. And storms, they say, are likely to resume during February and March, probably not to the magnitude that we're seeing right now and through mid-January, but this should be a much better outcome in terms of drought relief with rain and mountain snow this winter compared to last winter. So good news for the water levels there in California. All right, we're back on a Friday. Bob Galuska joining us from Chicago this morning. How do you like those Chicago winters, Bob?
Well, I've only lived here about going on 6 years now, and I don't think I've actually gotten a bad Chicago winter yet. We've gotten one or two, really cold snaps for about 3 days since I've lived here, but I think the most snow I've seen was about 6 inches on the ground, and when I moved out here from Pennsylvania, everybody's like, oh, the snow is going to be horrible. And I'm just thinking, I see all the people driving on the highways, and they do it so quick with the plows. I'm like, this isn't that bad. In Pennsylvania, where I grew up in the middle of nowhere, they wouldn't do the roads for 2 or 3 days after it snowed.
Yeah, okay.
So I guess I just haven't experienced the true Chicago winter yet. Maybe I'll get hit with it later this year yet. We'll see.
You got a lot of winter yet coming our way. Speaking of which, when should I add a fuel stabilizer?
So the best time to add it is when the fuel is fresh. There's been countless times I've been at shows and people come up to me and be like, hey, I've tried Stable. I went to fire my mower up in the spring and it didn't start right up. And I thought this was supposed to stabilize the fuel and it just didn't seem to work. And my first question always for them is, well, when did you add it to the gas? And their usual answer is, well, I put it in the fall when I put it away. And I'm like, okay. And then my next question will usually be, well, how long was that fuel in the mower? And they're like, well, I just put that fuel in that day. And I'm like, okay, that makes sense. And then it's, well, when did you get the fuel that was in the gas can that you filled it up that day with?
Yeah.
And they'll say, well, I got it in the spring. And it's like, okay, well, that gas has been sitting in that can all summer, and you've been using it in different pieces of equipment and whatnot, but it was never stabilized when you got it, so it's been degrading that entire time. So best practice is when you're at the gas pump, filling up your gas can, your car, whatever it may be that you're planning to have sit for a while, is to put the stable in right there. And if you're putting in the gas can, the nice part about that is anything you use that gas can with, so if it's your snowblower, lawnmower, trimmer, whatever it may be that you're putting that gas in, ATV side by side, all that fuel is already treated, that you don't have to remember to go around to all those separate pieces of equipment and say, oh, well, did I add stable? When did I do it? If you put it in when you get the gas and it's fresh at the pump, you know everything's going to be treated and be fine.
And it's good for up to 2 years.
Correct. Yes. So our stable storage formula will keep the gas fresh for up to 2 years. Both of our 360 products, just because once you start putting in like heavier duty fuel system cleaners and additional corrosion inhibitors and extra water removers, at some point the formula needs extra space. You can't cram everything into one bottle. So both of the 360 products keep the fuel fresh for up to a year, which for most people, things aren't going to be sitting around with the same tank of gas in it for over a year. But if you do need something for a longer term storage, our red storage product will keep the fuel fresh for up to 2 years.
Very good. All right, 5-7. We left off with you at the top of the hour, and I put you on hold because we didn't get completed there, did we?
It's good. It's good about gasoline being real gas in the day, leaded gasoline. I also have a 2019 Ford Fiesta. I bought it new. It's got 12,000 miles on it. And what I've been doing, and already tonight, you educated me on, I've been only loading it up a half a tank because I don't need to put gas in it, but every other month. I drive 7 miles to town and 7 miles back every weekend. That's it. Because I take the tractor home. Other than trips to a doctor or something like that. So I guess best thing for me to do is get some of that treatment and put in it. And that's because it sounds like all I've been doing is inviting water into the tank. Because you said that stuff just attracts water.
Yeah, pretty much any pump gas that you're getting from the pump probably contains around 10% ethanol, and the more room you're leaving inside of your tank is basically leaving it susceptible to that gasoline attracting water. So the less area for condensation you have in the tank, the better off you are.
And you horrified me. Okay, all right. Over here in South Carolina, so you're saying the gas they make produce the gasoline, put it in the pipeline. It moves at 5 miles per hour up through the pipeline till it gets up here to Augusta, where it goes into a tank here in Augusta, the loading tank. They put it in the truck, and then they bring it down here 40 miles away, and they put it in South Carolina and put it into the fuel tank to be dispensed. So, yeah, expiration date. But you're saying that, for like, especially I'm pumping gas in my car. It could be darn near at the end of its expiration date, and that's sort of horrifying. Think of that. But I really want to say thank you for your sponsorship and for your support of Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and what Steve has done for us out here over the years, keeping us awake and being there and informed. By the way, informed. Hey, you just pumped, like I said, back in the day in the 70s, you kept the tank full so you didn't get water in it. Really, it's almost like our oil companies are they're producing a product that can do a lot of damage to our expensive equipment. I know a Ford Fiesta isn't all that much, but at $13,000, it's expensive to replace, and that's a shame. But I really appreciate that y'all are on here and informing us, because the people that's listening to Steve Sommers Overnight Drive are more well informed about this stuff, and we'll be able to keep our equipment out on the road longer. And I really do appreciate you coming on tonight and being there with us.
Well, we appreciate you supporting the show and calling in.
Okay, this is 5-7. We down with me.
Okay, he says copy the mail. All right. See, I had an email question here. Let me flip the page back over, and it's one of those that I actually had on the list. But Doughboy's checking in. Said, hey, I got a half a bottle of Stay-Bill left over after putting in all my tanks. My question is, how long is that half bottle good for sitting on the shelf?
So once you open any of our stable products, the shelf life of it is 2 years from the time that it's opened. If you happen to have an unopened bottle of stable, that'll stay fresh for 5 years. Once it kind of gets to the end of your life cycle of the 2 years, once you have it opened, it doesn't necessarily mean that the product's bad. You'll kind of see it probably oxidize a little bit and turn a darker color than it originally was. The fuel system cleaning capabilities are still going to be good. It's just not going to stabilize as long. So best practice that we tell people is just start adding it to your fuel tank to use it as a fuel system cleaner and burn through it and then go grab a new bottle.
So what? Interesting that so if it's on the shelf and it hasn't been opened yet, and it's been there for a couple of years, it's still going to be like new, essentially.
Yep. So we say unopened 5 years it'll be good for, which we have bottles in our retain batches that are 10 and 15 years old that we've tested and they still work 100% properly. But just to be safe, we say 5 years unopened, and then once it's opened, use it within 2 years.
All right, very good. Yeah, we'll get to Big Ed just ahead here. We get a quick 2-minute timeout on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. That is our number, and there are open lines, so jump on in here. Hello, Big Ed. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. Just finally made it back to the home going from California, so been trying to listen to your show off and on this evening. And I've got a couple of questions for the gentleman, and trust me, the questions, if they sound stupid, I'm sorry, because really I'm ignorant of the process of what I need to be doing. What's the gentleman's name we're talking to?
Bob. You got Bob on here, and Kyle's here, too. Kyle's just kind of sitting back and listening while we chat with Bob.
Well, you tell Kyle to correct me if I'm wrong when I go talking to Bob. That way we'll keep him busy. Anyway, Bob, I've got a Honda 3-wheel Goldwing motorcycle. Now, the wintertime, this winter, I've put it up, but I've filled it up with high-octane gas. All right? But I'm getting ready to get back out there on the road, and I've tried to ride it at least once, maybe 50 miles a month. But from what I'm hearing, I need to be running some of this stabilizer, you call it?
Yeah. So even though you're running high test gas, which that is good and it's going to last longer, it's still susceptible to go bad. The good news is it's not going to go bad as quick. So that's probably going to stay good and at that 110 octane for 60 to 90 days since it is high test fuel. But it would be best practice to still add a stabilizer just to make sure it stays fresh and just in case it happens to sit around longer than you might be expecting it to due to weather or who knows what it could be.
Okay. With that being said, how often do I need to put that stabilizer in there every time I fill up?
Best practice would be every time you fill up, just in case you're not running it. If you're going through a tank of gas maybe once every 2 weeks or so, I'd say you probably don't need to use it at every fill up. But if there's any chance that it might be sitting around for more than 30 days, even if you don't expect to be, I would say it's best practice. I would probably recommend our 360 protection product, which has a 1 ounce to 5 gallon of gas treat rate, which in a motorcycle, you can get a 32 ounce bottle, and that's probably going to last you a pretty long time.
Okay, what do you call that? I'm writing this stuff down. 360?
The stable 360 protection. So that's our amber product on the, I don't know if you can see the left side of Steve's desk, but it's like a amber orange color. And pretty much any auto parts store you can find that at.
Well, it sounds like I'm going to have to run it because I want to keep the mileage down. I got my cousin. I'll say, hey, you get this bike out and run it 50 miles a month because I don't want them sitting around and running up my miles on my motorcycle because when I eventually slow down again, I want it to be able to run and enjoy it. So, now my pickup, I'm going to have to change my attitude about the gas that I'm running in because, I'm cheap like Steve. I mean, I'm cheap like everybody else. Didn't mean to mention you, Steve. I've got 101,000 miles on it, but I guess I ought to start running the high octane and plus using the 360 stabilizer. But on this case, I'm going to have my cousin running, try to keep it about 100 miles a month as far as running around, where, I've been running it ever since. So is that kind of why the way I'm thinking?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going through the gas pretty quickly, like I said, if you're filling up once a week, twice every 2 weeks, using regular pump gas isn't going to hurt anything. But if you have something that's going to be sitting around and you know it's going to be sitting around, I'd recommend definitely filling it up with some non-ethanol fuel or high-test gas, just again to be safe and have a little bit of insurance and then use it as stabilizer.
Go ahead and use the 360 like I would on the motorcycle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, well, you answered my questions. I really appreciate y'all sponsoring the show, and we'll get started and get everything treated.
Well, thank you. We appreciate you supporting the show.
Hey,
all righty, thanks, Steve.
Thank you much, Big Ed. Yeah, I know that, hey, if listeners want to order online via Gold Eagle, you've got that set up where they get 15% off their order using the overnight drive code at checkout. Is that up and running, right?
Yep, good to go.
So you can save 15%, Big Ed, and all the other listeners out there if you go to goldeagle.com, and obviously all the products are available there. Now, where can you find most of your products? Where's the best place to find them?
So we're in pretty much, at least with our main products, so both of the 360 products, the Marine, the Protection, and then our Stable Storage, the red item that kind of everybody knows us for, can be found at any big box store, Walmart, auto parts stores, gas stations, pretty much anywhere fuel additives are sold. Some of the more specialized items, like in our outdoor power equipment line, you can find it like a Tractor Supply or local farm stores. And then everything's available on our website and on Amazon. So pretty much anywhere you can find fuel additives, you can find our staple products.
All right, very good. Let's see, we're a couple minutes from bottom of the hour, believe it or not. News break just ahead here. So Hang there, Pappy. Get you coming up out of the news break. Big Sexy's on board and room for you at 844-844-3388. I guess like pretty much every product on the shelf in an auto store, there's all kinds of competitors out there. What do you say, Bob? Are all fuel stabilizers on the market the same, or maybe what's different about Stabil?
So, unfortunately, not all the companies we compete against are as ethical as they necessarily should be, which is why, some consumers refer to fuel additives as snake oil, just because there are many companies out there putting the bare minimum of active ingredients in their products and selling it. And in our third-party testing, some of these competitors actually diminish the quality of the fuel rather than helping it.
Oh, boy.
At Stabil, that's one thing we kind of pride ourselves on is not only do we test our products internally, we also send our products out to Southwest Research Institute, which is like the most renowned research institute that tests products. And we send our products and then some of our competitor products in unmarked bottles, so they have no bias. They don't know what they're testing, and they're receiving it. They put the product through rigorous, regulated ASTM testing, and time again, versus our competitors, we come out on top. And we take that very seriously because we want our customers to get a quality product, and we don't want to be snake oil. When we make a product, if it doesn't greatly meet and exceed every claim on our bottle, then we just don't make it. We have the Southwest Research Institute test that on our website with our competitors' names on there, showing their results for the same test. And let me tell you, there's a lot of big brand names on there that just don't stand up to really any of the claims that are on their bottles or cans. And really, it's kind of sad that they're even selling these products to customers with such a low quality.
Wow. Okay, so it's pretty much sounds like right up the alley with all the Hot Shot Secret products. Same deal there. All right, we got to get a quick timeout news break on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update, 9 rounds and he's still down. Kevin McCarthy still has not garnered enough votes to take over as Speaker of the House. Every speaker since 1923 has been elected after just one vote. A group of about 20 hardline Republicans argue the party needs a new direction. The nation's border guards say President Biden is in for a surprise when he visits the southern border.
People are still crossing. People are still being released in crazy numbers.
Chris Cabrera is with the Border Patrol Union in Texas. He says physical barriers are being erected, but their use is limited. Once a person crosses the border, they're allowed to claim asylum. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 340 points to 32,929. The S&P 500 dropped 45 points to 3807. The Nasdaq shed 153 points to 10,305. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back here on a Friday, TGIF, as we get set for the weekend. 6th day of January upon us. All right, let's see. A couple more callers we'll get to here, and I know, Bob, you were going to hang out with us for about an hour or so we'll kind of wind things down here shortly with Bob and jump over to Kyle and talk more about what's going on at Hot Shot Secret on that side of the box. First of all, Pappy, good morning.
What's happening, Steve?
Happy Friday.
It just dawned on me. You just said it was January 6th.
Yeah. Does that date ring a bell?
Happy anniversary. Oh, boy. Well, hey, Kyle, what's happening, my man?
Hey, what's up, Pappy? How you doing, buddy?
You got it, man. You got it. Hey, I got like a couple questions. He might have answered it when he was talking to Big Ed there. Hey, Big Ed, we still love you, brother. I'll buy you a steak dinner if you come to Cincinnati. I bought this generator, real nice one from Harbor Freight, and 2 5-gallon gas cans. And I went to go buy some Stay-Bill, and there's 2 different bottles in there. One was a pearly pink. The other one looked, I can't remember what was on the label. It was a Stay-Bill. It might have been the 360 you were talking about. It had like a urine color to it. And I didn't know which one to buy. And so I just bought both of them. I mean, the price was cheap, I thought. I mean, hell, I don't know how you sell that stuff that cheap. But that's what I was going to ask. What's the difference between them 2 Stay-Bills?
Yeah, so the red stable storage, which is our original formula, so that's the main purpose of that one is really to keep fuel fresh for up to 2 years. It also has some corrosion additives and water removers, but the main purpose is long-term storage, keeps the fuel fresh for up to 2 years. The Amber 360 product, which is probably the other one you saw, it'll still keep the fuel fresh for a year, but that's more for helping clean the system as well as protect it. So that one has PEA fuel system cleaners, and then it also has more corrosion inhibitors, water removers, and it'll still keep the fuel fresh for up to a year. So
Gotcha.
for the generator, I'd probably recommend the storage product.
Right.
But for any of your like outdoor power equipment or a car you might have sitting around that you're not filling up all the time, probably the 360 product would be the best route for
Right
those.
on. Yeah, roger that. Yeah, Steve, I went to the gas pump, and it's a nice little bottle these things come in, too. It's got like a little measuring cup built in the bottle, you know. So, but yeah, when I took the 5-gallon jugs to the pump, I just dumped a stay bill right in there and filled them things up, man, you know, like they said. Now, what I did a couple weeks ago when it got warm, I pulled that generator out and I ran it dry. It's that same thinking, you know, hey, let's run it dry. And I guess kind of my thinking was, since I had the stay bill in there, it'll probably still have a little coating on there to keep everything protected. But, I mean, with that said, you think I should still fill that tank up, huh?
Yeah, best practice would be to still fill it up with fresh fuel and then add more stable to it. You probably are right that since you had some stable in there, that there is some corrosion control, at least left behind in there right now while it's empty. But best practice would be to fill it back up, add some more stable, and everything will be good to go for the next time you want to start it up.
All right, cool. I guess I'll do that when I get home or wake up tomorrow, grab the gas can and fill it up. Steve, I'm like you, though. I got a 2003 Chevy Impala. I've had when I bought the other one, I just kept it. And I'd go out like you and start it like once a month. And I don't know, it was like 6 months ago when it first got cold, the battery went dead. So it's been sitting, man. Right? I don't even know how much gas is in there because the gas gauge ain't working. So my thought was I'll probably go out and buy a battery and throw it in there and get some premium gas, I guess, dump it in there, throw some stay bill in there, and try to start it up and see if it runs, man. Does that sound like about the best bet?
Yeah, I mean, I think you'll be fine. You actually brought up a good point there about some people also think that going out and starting the car once a month during the wintertime when a car is in storage is actually helping keep the fuel fresh. Actually starting the car, and if you're not getting everything up to operating temperature, is actually worse for it than if it was just sitting there.
Right.
Just due to condensation that's not getting out of that system, if everything's not getting as hot as it should be, can actually cause more havoc on some of those internal engine parts and exhaust and everything else, rather than if you would just even let it sit there and not start it up every month.
That's why we got you experts on this show, man, to enlighten us all. Right, Steve?
Yes, sir. You know,
I would have never thought that. I would have never thought that, man. Best thing to do is go out there and fire that thing up once in a while. Live and learn. Thanks for the info, man.
I mean, I was thinking along that line because of my concern was the battery going dead. And, of course, I went out here, I guess, before the cold snap hit, and the battery's dead as a doornail. I'm like, so I took the battery out, brought it in the garage, and I went to the neighbor had one of those smart chargers, and I plugged it in, and it was like 5 minutes later, it said, replace or service battery. Well, it doesn't have the caps on it. You can't service it. So I guess the battery's kaput.
Yeah. Yeah, best thing to do is just go out and buy a new one. But, hey, all right, man. I appreciate your answers. Appreciate the time. Appreciate you being on the show. Kyle, I'm waiting and looking forward to some of these spring videos you're going to be doing with these hot rods, man. Looking forward to it.
Coming soon, Pappy. Coming soon.
All right. All right, guys. Thanks a bunch. Hammer down. Be safe.
Thank you, Pappy. Have a good morning.
Colin.
All right, Big Sexy, what's been happening? Happy New Year. First time we talked in the new year.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I'm kind of like you and Pappy on one thing. I've got a vehicle that's been sitting too. My Escape, it has a coolant leak somewhere, so I wasn't driving it very much. But I went out and tried to start it, and I read on going like you was talking about dead batteries. But it's sitting on empty to start with. It was down past the fuel light come on. It was sitting on the E, so it don't have very much gas in it at all. Would I be all right just when I do? It's been sitting since before a cold spell. It hadn't been started. Just filling it up full and putting some stay-bill and stuff in it with that.
Yep, you'll be fine. Just fill it up with fresh fuel and add some stable, and you'll be good to go.
Okay, now, and the vehicle I'm driving now, the van, I top it off. I drive route 5 nights a week. I use half a tank a night. I top it off every night. So, that gas goes through there pretty quick. So there's no need to go with the high octane in it, is there?
No, if you're burning through the fuel that quickly, there's no need to fill up with a high octane or really use a fuel stabilizer. But I'd still recommend something like the Gasoline Extreme from Hot Shots, just as a good fuel system cleaner, or our 360 protection if you're buying for the fuel stabilizer for something else you have and want to throw it in. That's a good fuel system cleaner as well. So either of those products will keep you going down the road.
Well, both vehicles have had the, I've used the Stiction Eliminator before and FR3 on every oil change. I use the Gasoline Extreme in them. Will there be a problem in like the one I won't be driving very much using the Gasoline Extreme and the stable both in it?
No.
Would that be a problem or?
No, they'll be fine. They'll mix together.
Okay, that was another question I had. All right, well, that basically answers my questions. Yeah, Steve, it has, I guess it's the first time we talked in the first of the year. I've been listening, just hadn't been calling. I had somebody ask me for your number earlier. Did you talk to Moose today?
I did not speak to him. I did get his email, and I had to forward that to Josh so he's going to try to put it in a format where I can load it, if you know what I mean.
I just want to make sure he got a hold of you. Okay, because, I forwarded your number to him. He had lost it somehow.
Okay.
But I forwarded it to him, so I just want to make sure he got a hold of you. All right, well, I'll back out of here and let you get on to another caller then, and I'll catch you later.
All right, Happy New Year. Then good to have you on board there. All right, I have one final question. Where are Stay-Bill products made there, Bob?
So all of our products are made here in the USA. We are a family-owned company, and we're located in Chicago. So the Hirsch family started Gold Eagle in 1932 and moved around a few locations here in Chicago, ending where our facility is today, which is near Midway Airport. What kind of makes us unique is we do pretty much everything in-house, start to finish, in one location, and not many other companies do that. So we have our R&D lab with 3 chemists. We have our quality control lab. We blow mold our own bottles, actually. We have 7 manufacturing lines in our plant. Our sales and marketing departments, finance, HR, customer service, everything's all under one roof, which really does kind of make us unique. Last year was our company's 90th anniversary, and we're looking forward to creating quality products for many more years to come.
90 years. Wow. How about that? Okay. Well, very interesting. So do you have to, I've never been to Chicago, Bob. So yeah, when I listen to the news and I hear about, things happening in the city of Chicago on any given night or weekend. Yeah. Do you have to wear like a bulletproof vest when you're going to work?
There's definitely some sketchy areas, but I think it's kind of like any other big city that has some sketchy streets. Pretty much everything you see on the news that's bad is within like a 4 or 5 block radius in one area of the city.
Yeah.
The rest of it, at least from what I've experienced so far, is is pretty nice downtown. So I grew up in the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania, was a country boy and moved to the city for this job. So far I've been all right. We'll see.
That had to be kind of, you talk about going from nowhere. Chicago, big city, big town.
Yeah, I don't know if I would ever be able to live right downtown. I kind of live in the suburbs a little bit, but it's the suburbs are basically like a city compared to where I grew up. So it was definitely a little bit of a change, but it was a good change.
Very good. Well, is there anything we've missed out on? Anything you think that we need to touch on before we let you get some rest here as we head into Friday? Or
no, I think we kind of hit everything. Don't think there's anything else from my end.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you for taking some time out to join us here on the Overnight Drive, and thank you for the quality products. Very interesting. And again, the one thing that, myself included, until we first started talking about the Sta-Bil, I didn't realize gas started going bad as quickly as it does. And like everybody else, I fill up that 5-gallon can or the 3-gallon can in the springtime, and I'll use that in my mower and whatnot all summer long. And I guarantee I've probably got a half gallon left in the can out there. It's probably not really good now, is it?
No, you could probably dump it into your car's fuel tank with some fresh gas and get away with using it, but might wreak some havoc on a small engine like a lawnmower or a snowblower if you go to use it, depending on how long it's been sitting there.
So would it be possible, is there a reason why when your lawnmower was running fine in the fall, if you left that gas out there that you bought in the spring and it wasn't treated with Sta-Bil and it's been out there all winter long and you fill it up in the next spring, is that maybe why your lawnmower doesn't want to run worth a crap when you fire it up in the spring?
Yeah, if you've ever had a neighbor where you go outside in the morning and you hear your neighbor outside with the lawnmower and you hear it going, rrr, 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 and it sounds like it wants to shut off, and you're like, oh, they must have let the grass get too high and it's probably clogging up underneath the lawnmower.
Yeah.
That could be part of the issue, but most likely it's probably bad gas coming up your carburetor jet, and it's just barely letting fuel through, and it's kind of stopping, starting. And that's what kind of makes that rev up and down. So that's one of the good indicators on a small engine that something's probably not right within the fuel system.
I'll be darned. All right. Well, I got to get some fresh gas and treat it.
Hey, Steve, I got a question for Bob while I got him on. So, and Bob, I'm pretty sure I'm way beyond the point of help, but my fun little vehicle that's been collecting dust in my garage for now 4 years. The good news is when I put her away, I did put Sta-Bil in. I did not think I knew it was going to be a year. I did not think it was going to be 4 years. There's no hope of that fuel being good at this point, and it's a pretty expensive engine. I got to rebuild it anyway. So I'm pretty sure there's no hope of that fuel anymore, right? Even though it was treated 4 years ago.
So if it's a pretty expensive like racing motor, I would err on the side of caution and probably drain the tank and fill it back up with fresh fuel. We have had people, and we've tested our product, 10 and 15-year-old gas with Sta-Bil in it, and it was still good. Now, obviously, there's tons of different variables, right? Like, was it stored inside? Was it a heated garage? There's tons of things that can make gas go bad faster or slower. But we have had people come in and say, hey, I've had this motorhome sitting around. I filled it up with Sta-Bil 15 years ago. Somebody in the family passed away. We got it back. There hasn't been gas added to it for 10 or 15 years, and it started right up like we filled it up yesterday, which is fantastic and shows that it's a quality product. But if it's something like a high-performance racing motor, I wouldn't want to take the chance. I would personally probably drain that fuel out and just start over new.
Gotcha. And Steve, how cool is this, man? I think, I hope that a lot of the listeners out there have kind of picked up on a lot of the synergy between what Hot Shot's secret is and what Sta-Bil is, and they can now see how closely our companies align and how we approach products and how we bring them to market. And stand behind them. It's really just kind of we always kind of say now in-house, we just celebrated our 25th anniversary last year. They just celebrated their 90th, and it's kind of we can actually see the future, and it's like, this is the type of company we want to be when we're 90, so the fact that we've got these two companies together, it's just a perfect marriage. And I know, we say that a lot when this was rolled out, but I'm hoping that the listeners really get to see why we were so comfortable with this move, and how happy we are to be partnered with these guys. I mean, they just do it right, and they've been doing it for a long time, and it's just really an honor to be able to work with them, and it's just cool to see what's next with this partnership.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Two companies making quality products. I mean, when we first started talking about Hot Shots internally at Gold Eagle and everything that went on with the acquisition and things like that, just as Kyle put it, I mean, we sat down in a room and it sounded like we've been talking the same language for the 90 years we've been around. It's actually amazing, because a lot of the other companies, I mean, we have racers that we sponsor, and I mean, Kyle met with one of them at SEMA, and they were working with a competitive company, and they're like, well, we talk to them, and we talk about oil weights, and we talk about oil strength, and we talk about additives, and we talk about the different additive packages. And I asked their team, and they don't even know what's in their own products. They don't even know what to tell me. And it's just, it floors me sometimes that some of these companies are around and they don't even, it's almost like they don't even care what's in their product.
Yep, we see it all the time. All the time. So, yeah, we're really proud of what we make. And now that we've got this support from Gold Eagle, that's, they've already figured out how to get to 90 years. So we've been trying to keep up with all of our growth and trying to just get the one foot in front of the other. And now it's just so good to be able to have the guidance from them to kind of, see what's next. And I'll tell you, too, it's, as Bob mentioned, since we have such aligned ideals, I guess you could say, on what kind of products to bring to market, it also opens up all these partnerships. Off the record, we had a meeting today with a great company that looks like we're going to be doing some good business with, literally from the relationship with Gold Eagle. So even just from a connection standpoint of companies that have been working with Gold Eagle for a long time and trust what Gold Eagle does, now opens doors for us, because we're aligned similarly. So the growth that we can expect coming forward is just going to trump what we've been seeing the last few years, which has been explosive. So it's just going to be this ride that we're gonna take and take both these brands to is just going to be fun here. If you think it's been wild the last couple of years, just wait. It's going to get pretty crazy here, and I'm excited.
Hey, well, Bob, I know that you're on. I see you've been kind of chatting back and forth with Dean, or AKA Sylvester, in the land down under. He posted the question: can you say where Stay-Bill is available in Australia?
Yes. So Super Cheap has it available. I'll also throw it in the chat here.
Super Chief, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. So, yes, indeed, Sylvester, it's available there in your part of the world where his Friday evening is winding down. All right. Well, we're going to let you go, Bob. You have a great night, a wonderful weekend, and absolutely we'll look forward to doing it again at some point in time.
All righty. Sounds good. Thanks for having me, Steve.
Super Cheap.
Thanks,
All right.
Bob. Appreciate it, bud.
Super Cheap Auto. All right. That's so Sylvester knew what you were talking about. Super Cheap Auto.
Yes.
All right. So we'll let Bob go. We'll come back and all right, Kyle, you're on your Friday morning duty, so I guess you won't be.
Hey, man, Bob,
you won't be reporting.
Bob just relieved me quite a bit there. He's welcome back anytime, huh? I makes my job easy.
Well, there you go. Well, yeah, we got a long way to go, though. We got 3 hours yet to fill there. So about a minute before we hit news break. So we got, all right, lines are wide open. So jump on in, Kyle. We're going to kind of shift gears from the Stay-Bill and jump back over to Hot Shot Secret and, of course, get the latest what's going on with the racing season is kind of in the off season right now, but big things coming our way here in 2023 with Hot Shot Secret on the track with diesel racing. Maybe an update on some of the NTPA, because I know there's been some developments there as well. And what's on your mind? Around the country, it is 844-3388. So there you go. Hey, you might want to check those, lottery tickets. Lottery officials are looking for the winner of a multi-million-dollar prize, a ticket that was sold in Arizona. Think about you buy a Mega Millions ticket at the TA Travel Center in Tonopah, Arizona. Yeah, this week's Tuesday night drawing, someone had purchased a ticket there that matched all 5 numbers, but not the Mega Ball, but they did play the Mega Pliers, so that's $1 million times 4. A $4 million ticket is available out there somewhere.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. President Biden making changes to Title 42.
The Biden administration is expanding its use of a pandemic-era border measure to begin rapidly expelling illegal immigrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, while opening a new legal path up for 30,000 illegal immigrants from those countries to enter the United States a month.
They're not barred from trying to come back. They've been turned away. They go back. They try again. They try again.
The president is planning to make his first trip on Sunday to visit the U.S.-Mexico border since taking office. I'm Tim Berg.
Chris Cabrera with the Border Patrol Union in Texas says they hope the president will see the steps already being taken.
People are getting processed like they're being removed, then we transfer them to another agency, and then the paperwork gets redone and they get released.
An ongoing atmospheric river continues drenching California in heavy precipitation, including rain and snow. Flood warnings and flash flooding alerts posted in populated areas across 90% of the Golden State. L.A. resident Bryce Zabel says there's a bright side with local rains bringing relief from...
I think for all of us who are seeing rain come to this drought-parched area, it's a relief.
At the same time, the storm reportedly blamed on at least 2 deaths so far. The son of notorious drug lord El Chapo is in custody in Mexico. Reports say the Mexican army captured prominent cartel leader Ovidio Guzman Lopez during a raid in the northern state of Sinaloa today. There's still no Speaker of the House after the third day of new Congress. Dave Collins has more.
Congressman David Valadao, Republican from California, a McCarthy supporter, fills us in on what is the holdout.
This very straightforward question of what do you want was asked, and it was asked from everyone in the room, I mean, to the point where it was shouts, and there was no direct answer.
Every speaker since 1923 has been elected after just one vote. I'm Dave Collins.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
City officials are publicly identifying the 8 family members who they found dead after a welfare check in Enoch, Utah.
So this is a tremendous blow to many, many families who have spent many, many nights with these individuals who are now gone.
Enoch Mayor Jeffrey Chestnut identified the family as couple Tasha and Mike Haight, his mother Gail Earl, and their 5 children. He added Tasha filed for divorce shortly before the murders. Police say they suspect Mike Haight committed suicide after killing the others. Chris Beard is out as head coach of the University of Texas men's basketball team. The school announced Beard was terminated following his arrest for domestic violence last month. Beard was charged with strangling his fiancée during an argument at his home, but she later released a statement denying that he choked her. Acting head coach Rodney Terry will stay in the role for the rest of the season. In theaters, Avatar: The Way of Water continues to climb up the all-time box office list. The sequel film is now the 10th highest grossing film ever. DeMar Hamlin's jersey is a top seller. Online retailer Fanatic says Hamlin's Buffalo Bills #3 jersey is the best seller among all sports. Meantime, doctors at University of Cincinnati Medical Center say Hamlin himself, who suffered cardiac arrest during Monday night's game, is, quote, beginning to awaken. The NFL announcing Thursday the Bills and Cincinnati Bengals will not be finishing their Week 17 game. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me up higher.
Movie just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
He started out with automotive engines before 8 cylinders were not enough. With Allison Power, he won 6 Grand National titles in 4 seasons. But his true legacy is the devotion to family and team that he has passed on to the next generation. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. Ron Bargy of Ansonia, Ohio, was inducted into the 2022 class of the Pulling Hall of Fame at the NTPA's awards banquet on Saturday, December 3rd. Mr. Bargy drove various configurations of the judge and the jury modifieds from the mid-1970s until well into the 2010s. He won 9,000-pound and 12,000-pound modified titles in 1975 and again in 1976, and then the 7,500-pound and 9,000-pound titles in 1978. A farmer near Greenville, Ohio, Ron and his wife Doris raised 6 sons and 2 daughters, and 4 of those sons take turns driving a modern-day judge and jury on the NTPA's Region 2 circuit. The following excerpts are from an interview conducted with Mr. Bargy just hours before his induction ceremony.
Let me ask you about how it got started. I guess it goes way back. Probably I was only 12 years old. Dad and I went to the Miami County Fair, which is one county to the east of Darke County Fair, and they had a free-for-all. There was 40 cockshut there, and so they had it loaded down, and then they had 2 telephone poles underneath, sticking out to the front about 20 feet for ballast. You know, it reared up, and the brother ran out and hung on the front of that to bring it back down. I was 17 years old, senior in high school, and us FFA boys, they always had Ansonia had a fall fair. Us guys decided we wanted to have a tractor pull area there, and had an old stone boat. We stepped a few people on, even though that. And my dad let me take our W.D. Ellis Chalmers to the pool, and just progressed from there. And then along came more organized pulling in the early 60s. The state of Ohio had a couple of clubs. We were able to have a tractor pull at the Ohio State Fair. It was 1965. How important was it for you to have the support of Doris once you got married? Yeah, she is number one. We have 8 children. We had 2 pulling tractors, loaded the kids all up, motor home, and Larry and his wife took the semi with the tractors, and we were in Iowa and Wisconsin and Michigan or wherever there was NTPA event, we were there. She seen the motorhome was loaded, and those kids, they had to see that their underwear and socks and a few things made it into the camper, so they had something, just like a bunch of gypsies. Been wonderful. So lucky to meet so many people from all over the country, and even in Europe when we pulled over there, made a lot of friends. Everybody had one thing in mind, trying to make tractor pulling better.
Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, I guess that's my cue. Back to work. Got a chuckle in here. So I left the camera feed on for a little bit there when I went to the break. Yeah, look at it. Since Steve's getting ready to go out for a smoke break, saw me putting my jacket on. Thanks for watching, guys. There you go. Yeah, that was correct. That's exactly what I was doing, heading out for a smoke break. All right, Kyle Fisher. All right, so you got a couple hours filled there, and so we got 3 to go. So you had a good Christmas, good New Year. Did you do any air travel over the holidays?
I didn't. Thank God. It sounded pretty bad out there.
Southwest Airlines alone, 15,000 cancellations. That was incredible. Yeah, so did you make it down to Cincinnati to see Mom or anything, or just stick close to the home 20?
I did. I made it down there for Christmas, and I thought about you. I was going to check in, see if I could come and surprise you, but then you were on break, and I said, of course, when I'm in town, you're not. So, Did you get out to go anywhere, or did you take time off?
No, we were actually here for Christmas Day. Then we headed out like 4:30 in the morning, Tuesday morning. Went down to Georgia and had Christmas with some of the family because by the time we got down there, found out that Mama's house was COVID. So they didn't get to see the other sister, didn't get to see Tina, didn't get to see Mama. But yeah, we did get to see the other two sisters and whatnot. So yeah, I had Christmas in Georgia. Then we came back Thursday. Man, oh man, traffic was a nightmare last Thursday.
Yep, sure was. I was in that too.
So break it down for us, Kyle. I know you had a busy schedule before you finally got some time off there with, you were out traveling with the racing schedule. Yeah, first I want to go back. I'm trying to remember. Wasn't it back about Thanksgiving time when you guys had sponsored, what was it, Battle Scarred Motorsports, and we had the one individual that got to participate down there in New Orleans. Did you get to go down for that, or?
Yeah, I did. It was a blast. We ran a contest. As a lot of your listeners probably know, we're a big supporter of Battle Scarred Motorsports. They're a military based charity, 501c3 that provides what they call adrenaline therapy for both active duty and veteran military, as well as first responders, those that might be dealing with PTSD or just trouble acclimating back to civilian life. And it's what they do is they provide a service where you can come out and join them for a weekend of racing. They do endurance car racing, so these are 7-8 hour endurance races on the twisty turns, not what I'm used to with my drag racing, the straight line stuff, but these are big road courses that they run on. And it's really more of a experience for these people to get out and get with like-minded individuals, people that get it and understand, where they're coming from, and get behind the wheel of the race car. They all stay in the pits for the weekend in RVs and bond and eat, 3 meals a day together and in and out of the car and working on the cars. And it's just a really cool charity and the service they provide to our nation's heroes. And so we've always been a big sponsor and supporter. We provide all the lubricants needed for all the race cars, and we sponsor quite a bit of cash money to keep the program going. And one of the things we did this year was we made a donation to their what they kind of consider a scholarship fund that they have. So some of the people that might want to have this experience that can't financially afford it, we put some extra money into on top of our donations to pay the way for some of these people. And what we did was we ran a contest for people to nominate somebody that would really benefit and enjoy this type of experience. And we had a lucky winner, Brandon Wood. Got to spend the weekend with him. He's out of Arizona, spent, I believe, 13 years as an EOD with the Air Force.
Mm-hmm.
And he's back in civilian life now. He actually knows us through the diesel community, and he was nominated and he won the trip. So we just put a video out, I think right over Christmas, kind of recapping his experience. So I encourage everyone to kind of check our Facebook page or YouTube and kind of watch the video, because it's really cool. We kind of just followed Brandon through the weekend, coming off the airplane in New Orleans, meeting the guys, racing the cars, wrenching on them, just his whole experience over the weekend. And it was just really cool to kind of document that and see how this program works. And I know it's always that time of year where people are coming up with holidays and everything, but I always encourage anybody. We do a lot of charity sponsorships, and this is just one of those that I can guarantee you that every single dollar that goes to Battle Scarred Motorsports goes to a good cause, and these guys just are doing great things. So yeah, it was a blast, Steve. It was fun to go down to New Orleans and experience the experience that Brandon got to go through, and just kind of be on the sidelines and video and watch it.
That's pretty cool. So, I mean, what do they do? Just a couple of events each year, or is it just like one event each year? Or do you know?
They've exploded. They have apps. I'm so proud of these guys. Brian Check is the founder. We've had Brian on the program a couple times, and we've been supporting them. I think this might be our 5th year, and I still to this day remember the first phone call I got from Battlestar. At the time, if you remember, they were called USMC Racing, and they were forced to change their name, but unfortunately. But I got a email request that kind of got forwarded to me. You know, we get a lot of requests to help support different, foundations and whatnot. And I found this one kind of interesting because I kind of, in line automotive, something that we could help out with, not just with financial donation, but, product as well. And I remember calling Brian that day, and I think we talked for like 4 hours. And I was in the middle of a work day, busy, and we just hit it off. And at the time, they had 2 vehicles, and there were one program out of New Orleans, and I think they might have done 3 races that first year, and they have just grown and grown and grown. Fast forward to today, I think 4 years later, they now have. I don't want to mistalk, but I think they've got 5 different chapters now. They got one in Texas, New Orleans, Georgia. They just had a grand opening of one in the Indianapolis chapter. I believe Atlanta. I think they've got up to 15 to 20 race cars now, so they can get that many more people behind the wheel every weekend. And it's just become this gigantic operation that just continues to grow. And breaking news, kind of privately, they just shared with me that they worked with a local township. I believe this is down in New Orleans. I could be wrong. It might be Texas, but they're getting basically a building donated to the charity. So they're going to have like a brick and mortar shop to work on their cars now, and have people come and hang out at the shop, anytime rather than just when they're out at the racetrack. So they're just exploding. And I encourage anybody that might have $1 or $2 to spare, it's a good place to send it.
All right, well, we're going to get a quick time out here. Let me see. We got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Poor Kyle Fisher joins us kind of in place of Chris Gabrelchik. What is Chris down in Florida right now? It's cold here, so he likes to be there, right?
He's down in sunny Florida. You got it.
So I guess he was busy for the first Friday here in January, so Kyle's kind of stepping in his stead. Yeah, we can talk Hot Shot Secret products. Any questions about the Hot Shot Secrets? What's on your mind? Talk about anything, technically. It's 844-844-3388. And we'll return after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. But let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, once again, that is our number, 844-844-3388. Let me see here. Punch things back up. So I saw you attended the award banquet. Was that the Outlaw Diesel Super Series? What was that you were at there a few weeks ago?
Yeah, that was, we were out at PRI, the Performance Racing Industry Show, which is the big racing version of SEMA in Indianapolis. And so that, first of all, that was a great show. We just every year get bigger and bigger there, and it's my grand finale for the year. So I always look forward to that show. It's my last travel for the year, and then I'm usually done. But our Outlaw Diesel Super Series, our big diesel drag racing series, has its annual banquet same weekend. Well, because everyone's kind of gathered in Indianapolis. So, and this year we hadn't had the banquet since COVID. So. It was good to kind of get everybody back in and celebrate the season, again, for a change.
Mm-hmm. So I saw you got to speak there. Was that the one where you were speaking at the banquet?
Yeah, really big news. So it's kind of been a crazy off season here, getting budgeted and planned for next year. And for anybody who didn't catch the news on what's going on, well, let me give you a little background first. When we first started getting into motorsports, just about 5 or 6 years ago, we had an opportunity to title sponsor the NHRDA, which is the West Coast diesel drag racing. Well, not just drag racing, they also do truck pulling as well. And we title sponsored that right out of the gate. So to have a new entrance to the motorsports market in our first year in racing, and we didn't go in as an associate sponsor or a class sponsor or we came in and title sponsored the whole thing. And at the same time, we worked with Outlaw Diesel on the East Coast, but we're a class sponsor in that, the Pro Street class, which we've been since day one. And that kind of got us launched into motorsports, and it was a great relationship we had out there. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, it's been 3 years now, they closed their doors after 20 years of business. And Randy Cole, the owner and operator of NHRDA, just was looking to retire. And so unfortunately, we lost that West Coast series. And we kind of, it's been tough to get back out on the West Coast, and they've been lacking diesel motorsports out there for a few years now since NHRDA left. So we've been trying to, get that type of thing going again. But here we go, coming into 2023. And ever since we lost that title sponsorship opportunity, I've really wanted to title sponsor the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, our East Coast series that everyone knows about, sees all the videos that I go to. Mm-hmm. Well, what do you know? At the same time, I get a call from NHRDA saying, "Hey, Kyle, we're coming back." and we want Hot Shot Secret to title sponsor us again and be the top dog of this series. Well, then my phone rings 10 minutes later with the Outlaw Diesel Series on the East Coast, and they say, hey, Kyle, title sponsorship's opening up for 2023, and we want Hot Shot Secret to title sponsor it. So I said, oh, great. I got to go ask for a lot of money because now we got this great opportunity, East Coast and West Coast, and you know, we got it done. And so it was an announcement we made at PRI, and I think what you're referencing is the banquet when I had was talking to everybody about this new plan for 23. So we're really excited that Hot Shot Secret is the title sponsor of NHRDA and ODSS. And what's really cool about this, and what I'm so excited about, is we've been really trying to unite East Coast and the West Coast for a very long time in diesel motorsports, and it's just been a struggle. It's just they run on different rules. West Coast runs quarter mile, East Coast runs eighth mile. They have different classes, and it's just been kind of hard to marry the two into one. And it's because there's been the two organizations operating differently. So we took this opportunity to title sponsor both, and I was able to sit down with both series, directors, and it was me and Greg and Randy, and we sat down and we said, hey, if we're going to do this all together, we're all in together, and we're going to make these two series work together. They agreed to adopt all the same rules, all the same classes, all the same regulations, all the way we race the same. So here's what's really cool now. These series are going to operate independently, East Coast and West Coast, and going forward, we are going to take the class, the points leaders in each class of each series, and at the end of the year, they will get an invite down to Texas at the Texas Motorplex for a World Finals. So the best on the East Coast, all the champions from the East Coast, all the champions from the West Coast will meet in Texas at the end of the year for a giant World Finals to crown the best diesels on the planet.
So kind of meeting in the middle there in Texas. That's pretty awesome. That is a big announcement. Well, hold that thought. We got to get a news break.
USA News Update. 9 rounds and he's still down. Kevin McCarthy still has not garnered enough votes to take over as Speaker of the House. Every speaker since 1923 has been elected after just one vote. A group of about 20 hardline Republicans argue the party needs a new direction. The nation's border guards say President Biden is in for a surprise when he visits the southern border.
People are still crossing. People are still being released in crazy numbers.
Chris Cabrera is with the Border Patrol Union in Texas. He says physical barriers are being erected, but their use is limited. Once a person crosses the border, they're allowed to claim asylum. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 340 points to 32,929. The S&P 500 dropped 45 points to 3807. The Nasdaq shed 153 points to 10,305. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much, and welcome back. Again, it's 844-844-3388. So how big is it, Kyle, to have Hot Shot Secret as the title sponsor for this many events? I mean, when you go to the track, yeah, people come to the track, and there's all kinds of competition there. You got the names that we all know. How many people are willing to say, well, this racer uses the product, and that racer uses the product, maybe I should try the product? It's all about, kind of like word of mouth. Is that the way the advertising goes?
Yeah, it's one of those things where I wish it was really easy to connect the dollars. It would make my job with the bosses a lot easier, getting budget to do these things. But we really got to look at the big picture. I mean, obviously there's an advantage of recognition and product introduction and just the branding and being out there in front of these crowds and these people. And it's like you see how much money these companies spend with NASCAR sponsorships and stuff, which is really big money stuff. Mm-hmm. And just to get like a logo out there to be seen by a bunch of people. So a lot of companies really focus on and the reason why they do it is spend a lot of money because it actually works, and it gets people to see your brand and recognize it. And then it might take, we often say in marketing, 7 or 8 touches. And it's that 7th or 8th time they've seen that brand logo and they say, you know what, I got to look into that. And then they might go to your website and that leads, to some product education, and hopefully you get consumers out of it. Now it's hard to connect those dots and say that, because we title sponsored this and we were on all the banners and boards and race cars, that this guy bought a bottle of Hot Shots at O'Reilly's today. If I could connect those dots, it'd make my job easier. But I'll tell you what's different with Hot Shots, and we've kind of had this plan since day one when we got into motorsports. We get a lot more out of it than what the average company does, that I see all the time that invest dollars into this. And specifically in our lubricant industry, there are some giant monsters out there. There's, without saying names, they put their names on stadiums of NFL teams and stuff.
Right.
So they're pumping big marketing and branding dollars out there. What we do differently since day one is we've really made that our motorsports relationship an extension of our R&D. And we worked very closely with the drivers, not from a marketing standpoint of, hey, can we put our logo on the side of your car, but more so working with these engine builders, these race teams, having them test our products, both on the track and at their race shops on their dynos, and really getting to work intimately with the best of the best in the high performance industry. And it's where we do a lot of our testing and product development that you see on the shelf and that you find in our everyday products. And they're tested at a very high level. So fortunately, my company looks at it that way. So it's not just an investment in branding, but it's really an investment in product development and really making sure that our products can hold up to the toughest tests. Because if our FR3 is protecting the bearings on Firepunk's 3,000 horsepower race truck, I'm sure it's going to be fine for, was that Big Ed's Ford Fiesta or whoever called in earlier? He can rest assured that it's going to protect that vehicle too.
All right, Richie Rich, I believe, is on the line. Morning, Richie Rich. Happy Friday.
Hey, how's it going? I have a couple of questions for you. Let you know about, I love the product. I use it in our company truck. I drive for one of those big name companies. I use it just so it's anti-stiction in the truck. Don't use the other stuff because unfortunately it's coming out of my pocket, not the company's pocket.
Yep.
So the stiction eliminator, I use that. And in my pickup truck, I use also, and van also use it. My question is, I have a simple F-250 7.0 liter with a supercharger on it. And prior to oil changes, is there an additive you have, a pre-additive for pre-oil changes or not?
For pre-oil changes?
Yes, in other words, right before you drain your oil, you put in an additive to help clean out the engine and then do it that way.
No, and you said you're using stiction eliminator currently?
Yes.
So you're already doing it. What makes the way we attack cleaning out the oil side of the engine is with stiction eliminator. It's the number one cleaner on the market. What makes it different than what you see in maybe some competitive products is we're doing it from a completely different way. Rather than using a harsh abrasive chemical to try to clean out varnish deposits and leftovers from the coking of the oil that get left inside the engine, which you can have some success with cleaning that stuff out with harsh abrasives. The problem is that really dries out the engine. You lose lubricity, which then causes more wear on the engine. You can really question if you're creating more damage than you are doing good trying to clean it out. And that's why the products that you're kind of talking about would be something that you pour in, run the engine. They're really famous for smoking out the tailpipe, and then you have to dump all that oil right away. So the reason why you got to dump it, and it's kind of like a pre-flush like you're talking about, is because it's bad for the engine. We're doing it differently. Okay. We're doing it with the stiction eliminator, which goes in at the very front end of the oil interval. It goes in with the fresh oil. And rather than having any harsh abrasives, we're actually doing it with high-end Group 4 polyalpha olefins and Group 5 esters, just really high-end oil additive that actually has polarity to it. So while it's in with the fresh oil, it's going to be attracted to all the hot spots in the engine, which we call them, which are your tightest tolerances, where the oil gets burnt the most, where it needs the most clean out. So we're actually cleaning that engine out while it's running on the fresh oil. And that stiction eliminator will also reduce wear by 62% because it has FR3 friction reducer in it as well. So that's what separates us. We are cleaning and lubricating at the same time. Any other engine cleaner out there can't do both.
I have one more question for you about it. I'm a truck driver, as you know, and so I get very limited miles on the pickup truck. So with that in mind, I try to every year, at least twice a year, do an oil change. What do you recommend for low mileage, but still running trucks on the oil change?
How long of an interval?
Yes, sir.
Well, we get that question a lot because a lot of people think, well, first of all, using a quality engine oil you can get much longer than an interval than most people think. And a lot of people change oil before they need to, just out of peace of mind and so forth. But then you have the other school of thought where people say, I don't have that many miles on it. I don't, drive that truck that much. I might put 1,500 miles a year on it, so why change the oil? Well, the thing is, oil begins to break down as soon as you fire up that engine and you start to introduce acids to the oil, it's already starting to break down. So whether it's parked or driving, your oil does break down over time. So it's not always the amount of idle hours, driving hours, or even parked hours you have on it. It is important to change it out. Now, if we're talking high quality oil, and you're doing 6,000 miles or less a year, it can make it a year, but I would still want to get it changed every year, even if you're not at your projected oil interval.
Yeah, I live in the South where there's high humidity. That's the reason why I do it twice a year. That's the only reason why I do it twice a year is the high humidities. But I appreciate all your answers, and like I said, I love your product so far. I just want to make sure before I did anything else, the procedures on that. You've answered all the questions. Excellent. Thank you very much for your product.
Thank you.
Richie Rich, thank you very much. Have a great weekend. All right, 844-844-3388. We lost Die Hard. Die Hard was online. All right, so jump on in here. All right, back at it here. Well, what's new products? I guess the latest addition was the everyday diesel treatment with winter defense, right? Is that now on the shelves at retailers around the country? I know it started at, was it the pilots? Have the others picked it up yet, or do you know?
I just heard yesterday, let me get this right. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this or not, but oh well, nobody's listening, right? I just heard yesterday that O'Reilly's is going to be adding it. We expect it to be picked up by everybody, but as you know, I know people have asked, when Chris is on. I think it's funny, a lot of times people will tell me, like, hey, why don't you guys sell that at, AutoZone or O'Reilly's? It's like, if it was our choice, we'd have all our products out there. But the retail world is a very tough world. It takes a long time to get something on the shelf. There's a lot of logistics between filling up DCs, distribution centers, that then they have to get it out to thousands of stores. They review your product line about once a year. And so it's just tough. It's a slow ship that you got to kind of guide down. It's not a speedboat. So we have good relationships with all the retailers. They've been asking for products like this. And so I have confidence that they're all going to get there. It's just kind of dominoes. They kind of follow as their schedules work. So right now it is pilot, I believe, was the first kickoff. And like I said, I heard O'Reilly's just decided to add it, and I'm sure you'll hear more soon.
And of course, so obviously, hotshotsecret.com. If you don't go to the pilots or whatever, hotshotsecret.com. Of course, you could probably get the best deal there because you can get 10% off using the overnight drive, and of course, first responders, veterans, active duty, and truck drivers, CDL holders get an additional 10% off. That's 20% off from hotshotsecret.com. How's sales been going with the EDT plus winter defense? Probably sold a bunch of it when we had that big Arctic blast a couple of weeks ago.
Oh yeah, it's been crazy, and it's always one of those things we reach out to like our dealer network too, which is another area where you can always, grab our products. We have a big independent dealer network, different diesel shops across the nation. And every year we kind of reach out saying, hey, October, it's coming. And so this year we had a lot of sales and people getting ready for the storm. But when that cold snap hit, oh yeah, our sales through the roof. Guys asking if we can overnight it. And, we were overnighting stuff everywhere. And it was pretty crazy. So sales have been through the roof on it.
And when we got the snow, did you guys stay open through that, or did you end up with how much snow did Columbus get? We made it to a level 2 snow emergency here in Cincinnati. I don't know. I think you guys were open unless you hit level 3 or something.
Yeah, I think I was out of town for the day they shut down the office where no one went in. But I think we had one day where they didn't get in. But other than that, got to make it through the snow, right? We're in Ohio. We're used to it.
Yep, man. But man, was that cold? That 4 below morning. That was the coldest it's been in a long time. And then all of a sudden, hell, it was 60 degrees earlier this week.
Yep. Welcome to Ohio, right?
So how's things going on the supply chain? Each time Chris has been on for months now. I mean, for the last year and a half, 2 years. Issues with bottles and caps and the cans and things. Has the supply chain settled out finally, or do you know?
I'm not real privy to everything, but it definitely has settled some. There's a lot of the chemical supply chain, which is stuff that really scares us. If we can't get the raw materials we need to make the products, that's not good. And there's a lot of scares this past year, but we get an update now. I mean, it got so serious this past year that we literally get an update daily, the management team does, of inventory and what kind of possible, lack of chemicals or something that we have coming.
Mm-hmm.
And that list has slowly dwindled down smaller and smaller and smaller. So that's a good thing. So, I think it's getting better, and we have less concern about the long-term outreach. But it's been surprising. Things change pretty quickly. So I don't think we're out of the woods yet, but we're at least going in the right direction.
I mean, Chris was telling me about one. I didn't specifically say what the product was, but like one of the raw materials that went up. Like what was $10, it was all of a sudden going to be like $100, like a tenfold increase in price. It was nuts.
Yeah, and not only that, there's some stuff, since we have such unique formulas, we really have some weird stuff that we use that we're the number one purchaser in the world on many of the chemicals that we use, and that's because we use some very unique formulas. Well, when push comes to shove, these chemical manufacturers, times are tough for them too. Well, if it's not a huge product line for them and we're the biggest buyer of it, I've heard that a lot of them have said, we might stop producing this. And now that gets really scary, because if there's only one producer of a certain chemical we need, we're kind of at the mercy of that. So we've learned from that as well. And thank God we have such a great R&D department. I just heard this week, one of the chemical scares we have, they've been working for 6 months on trying to find a suitable replacement. And I just found, and I think they told me it was their 257th try or something like that. And it was like over 250. So they've been in the lab testing 250 some formulas, which take days at a time to do. And they finally this week found a replacement. So it's kind of like, poof, we've got a backup supply and we can reformulate now. And that has a strong supply chain behind it. So not a lot of companies can do that. They're sometimes at the mercy of the materials and the formulas that they're working with. But since we do everything in-house and formulate and R&D, we have the ability to work with the times and find new solutions and still maintain top quality products.
Very good. All right, about 10 before the hour, and we'll get back to the calls coming up. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, about 7 before the hour. Looks like Die Hard is back with us, if the screener's correct. Die Hard, what's happening?
How you guys doing? Hi, Kyle.
Hey, Die Hard.
Hey, I'm sorry I had to drop off there. I got doing a bunch of dropping hooks tonight and had to take care of business.
I get you.
Listen, Kyle, I got a question. I missed a lot of the first part of the show. It's kind of directed towards Gold Eagle. I love your products and use all your products, but I use a product, and I don't even know if Gold Eagle makes this or not, but it's called 303. Do they make that stuff?
Yes, they sure do.
Is that eligible for the 15% discount also?
Yes,
on
it
their
is.
website? Awesome.
Yep.
Those are great products too. I mean, I use them on the boats, and they're fantastic products. And I wanted to talk to the gentleman about that. And I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to get in and talk to him.
Well, I'm sure we'll have them back on again. I'm not an expert on the Gold Eagle products yet. I know enough to do some damage, but I'm still educating myself. But yeah, I know those are very popular products in the Marine. I along with the 303 is their heat product as well. I know that's a very popular product that they make.
Yeah, we didn't even get around to even mentioning those, did we? I mean, with Bob, didn't even mention the heat.
Yep. And, you know, they've got a big product line. The 303 line as well is their car care products. And I've been using a lot of those, testing those out. And, man, what an impressive, you know, collection of car care products. And if you want to keep them vehicles, them trucks clean out there, you need to look at the 303 line as well.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, that's the boats, and we're down here in Florida, which is a lot of humidity, a lot of UV, and a lot of salt. And those products work really good on the boats.
Yeah, great to hear. Great to hear that.
Yeah, so to answer your question, yeah,
Okay,
go to
it.
the goldeagle.com, yeah, overnight drive at the checkout there, and yeah, 15%. That's what you get off. And I think that's across their line, right, Kyle? Just like at Hot Shot Secret, where you get 10% off there, it's 15% from the Gold Eagle for your entire purchase.
That's awesome. And I'll try next time he's on. I'll try and get in and talk to him. And I love your products, so Kyle.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
He said next time Bob's on, he'll try to get in and talk to him about the 303 products. So, but he loves Hot Shot Secret. Loves our stuff too. Loves your stuff.
That's great. And I'll tell you, Gold Eagle is just like Hot Shot Secret too. You can call that number and you'll talk to a human being that can answer your questions. And so I know the numbers on their website there. I don't have it memorized, but feel free to give them a ring, and they can answer your questions directly as well.
You know, as Bob was kind of talking about the family-run business, just like you were saying earlier, and he's talking about the products they make. They always make sure that it's, you know, the top of the line, the best of the best. And I said, that sounds just, you know, exactly kind of like what, you know, what Chris Gabrelchik would talk about when he was making, you know, developing products. We're not going to put something out there that's snake oil or has the minimum amount of additives required to put it in a bottle and sell it. So you're right about I guess the perfect match, the perfect fit with Gold Eagle and Hot Shot Secret.
It really is, and the more that we've gotten to work together with them, it's just we just laugh about it now. It's like we're distant relatives that didn't even know we were related until now, and then we keep finding out more and more of how closely we're aligned, and now we all fully get it. I mean, Chris has known them for a long time, and when this whole merger acquisition started, you know, there's always fear in the company. I'll be honest, you know, we're all wondering, I don't know this company, you know, inside and out. Like, is it going to change what Hot Shots is? And, you know, we really like the path we're on. And, you know, Chris just trust me, guys. We got the right partner here. And sure enough, he was right. I mean, we just aligned so closely. It's just amazing. But like I said, they're just in the future. They're like the future of Hot Shots. They've just been doing it 90 years and they've got it figured out. So it's going to help us from, we can dodge the potholes that they had to learn over their 90 years. So we'll just get to their level faster now. So it's just a great marriage.
All right, Horse Feather's going to check in here, but we got to get through the news break first as we get the midnight hour on the West Coast here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. The nation's border guards say President Biden is in for a surprise when he visits the southern border. Chris Cabrera is with the Border Patrol Union in Texas. He says physical barriers are being erected, but their use is limited. Once a person crosses the border, they're allowed to claim asylum.
People are still crossing. People are still being released in crazy numbers. People are getting processed like they're being removed. Then we transfer them to another agency, and then their paperwork gets redone and they get released.
House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is still without enough votes to become Speaker of the House, although a deal may be on the horizon.
On this vote, the yeas are 219. The nays are 213. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
The House adjourned Thursday night and will reconvene at 12 p.m. Eastern Friday. McCarthy lost 5 more floor votes, marking 11 straight ballot losses. Every speaker since 1923 has been elected after just 1 vote. A group of about 20 hardline Republicans is opposed to McCarthy's candidacy. Allies of McCarthy say they feel things are moving in the right direction. Former Cleveland Browns Peyton Hillis is in the hospital after saving his children from drowning. The former NFL running back remains in the ICU undergoing treatment on his lungs and kidneys. Doctors said his health is improving, but he remains unconscious. His children are said to be safe and unharmed. Hillis played 8 seasons with the NFL and was the cover of the Madden 12 video game before retiring in 2015. The price of new drugs keeps rising. The Reuters analysis shows the median annual price of new drugs launched last year was more than $222,000. That includes a median price of $257,000 in the first half of the year and nearly $194,000 in the second half. In 2021, the median annual price was $180,000 for drugs marketed. Southern American Confederacy.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Russian President Vladimir Putin on Thursday ordered his armed forces to observe a unilateral 36-hour ceasefire in Ukraine this weekend for the Orthodox Christmas holiday, the first such sweeping truce move in the nearly 11th month of war. Ukraine indicated it wouldn't follow suit. Putin did not appear to condition his ceasefire order on Ukraine's acceptance, and it wasn't clear whether hostilities would actually pause on the 1,100-kilometer front line or elsewhere. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky dismissed the Russian move as playing for time to regroup its invasion forces and prepare additional attacks. China is seeking to minimize the possibility of a major new COVID-19 outbreak during this month's Lunar New Year travel rush following the end of the most pandemic containment measures. Transportation Ministry on Friday called on travelers to reduce trips and gatherings, particularly if they involve elderly people, pregnant women, small children, and those with underlying conditions. People using public hygiene should wear masks and pay special attention to their health and personal hygiene. Hawaii's Kilauea began erupting inside its summit crater Thursday, less than a month after the volcano and its larger neighbor Mauna Loa stopped releasing lava. Hurricane-force winds, surging surf, and heavy rains from a powerful atmospheric river pounded California on Thursday, knocking out power to tens of thousands, causing flooding and contributing to the deaths of at least 2 people, including a toddler whose home was crushed by a falling tree. Raging seas damaged 2 historic piers. Rocks and mudslides closed down highways. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. I hate the struggle of tough, greasy messes on my stovetop. So I just freak, wipe, and I'm done.
When I'm frustrated with stubborn bathtub soap scum, I just freak, wipe, and I'm done.
Mr. Clean Clean Freak delivers an innovative cleaning experience with a powerful deep cleaning mist that starts working on contact to break down tough messes in seconds.
Just freak,
wipe.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And we really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Back at it on a Friday. There you go. We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome in. Hope your New Year's off to a good start here. Around the country, 844-3388. The NFL announcing yesterday they will not complete the Bengals-Bills game that was suspended Monday night. Some of the factors in coming to that decision, they said, included that not playing the Buffalo-Cincinnati game to its conclusion, they said will have no effect on which clubs qualify for the postseason. No club would qualify for the postseason, and no club would be eliminated based on the outcome of that particular game, they said. Also, they said that playing the game between the Bills and the Bengals would have required postponing the start of the playoffs by a week, kind of affecting all 14 teams that will qualify for the postseason. The NFL said the decision creates potential competitive inequities in certain playoff scenarios. Clubs on Friday, they said the league said clubs on Friday at a special league meeting will consider a resolution recommended by the commissioner and approved by the competition committee yesterday. Meanwhile, Damar Hamlin has shown what physicians treating him are calling remarkable improvement over the past 24 hours, almost like a miracle, right? The team announced Thursday, of course, that he had been resuscitated on the field. Some reports said that he had to be resuscitated again for a second time. That was the report from Damar's uncle about the time he got to the hospital. So the Bills-Bengals game had some major playoff implications for the AFC. So determining next steps, that's an exhaustive process. They said the league is considering various scenarios there, but there you go, the official word. Were you watching that Monday night game, Kyle, when he collapsed on the field there?
Yeah, it was. That was awful, wasn't it?
We kind of thought he was a goner for the sheer amount of time they were out there working on him on the field, and there were some kind of unconfirmed reports that, yeah, I don't know. I guess technically, if you collapse and your heart stops beating, are you dead? when they resuscitate you, they brought you back essentially. But yeah, I guess supposedly, I guess he's still on the ventilator, but he's communicating by writing, and he actually asked who won the game. He asked the doctors who won the game yesterday, and it's pretty wild. No, they didn't.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, so he has, come a long way. I mean, my concern was, how long did he go without oxygen to the brain while they were working on him on the field there? Was there brain activity? And I guess that answers those questions. It's a miracle. All right, see what's going on
that's
with
good to hear.
Hey, morning there, Steve, Kyle. Good to hear you all on the air this morning. Yeah, I guess the doctor's answers to who won was he did, because he's alive.
That is
so
correct.
He was the winner of Monday night's game. So absolutely. So anyways, Kyle, I think you're in the knowledge of knowing I have a new piece of equipment added to my fleet now, with it being that fire engine.
Yeah.
And so anyways, it's got one of them 2-stroke Detroits in it, and looking through it, and I've had a couple people help me look at it a little bit, and we've come to the determination we probably got some stuck rings in it, and not knowing the age of the oil that's in it right now, and could never tell you how long it's been since it's been changed, but it is about a gallon low, and I don't know how much we're going to get it run before springtime. I was thinking about just dumping a gallon of the stiction eliminator in there, and for what running it does do until spring, see if that'll work on them rings a little bit. What's your opinion? Is it worth trying to dump a gallon in to try to work on them rings with all that old oil, or what do you think?
Well, and you have no idea how old that oil is?
No.
Yeah, I'd get it out of there, especially an investment like that. And I'm sure it's probably got a pretty big capacity to it too, doesn't it?
What's that?
It's probably got a large capacity oil.
Oh yeah. It'll take 8-9 gallons without any problem.
Yeah, see, that's the painful part, but the honest part is, if it were me, I'd get that oil out of there. If I don't know how long it's been in there, there's no telling. So.
Okay. Because, I mean, I got other things we're going to be doing to the engine in the spring. So, I mean, there's going to have the oil changes after we do that. So if I put oil in right now, I mean, it's going to be, it won't even have time to, get 5 hours on it before it'll have to be changed again in the spring after I get what I got to get done to it in the spring.
Yeah, you're in a painful spot, but I wouldn't try to push it on questionable oil.
Okay. The other thing is I actually tried to get a hold of Steve a couple times up there in Lancaster, and he has never returned my calls. I know he's busy and everything, but I didn't know. I didn't know if there's any way you might be able to give him a ringy dingy and see if he can get back to me. As I say, I've left a couple messages up there for him, and I don't want to bother him too much, but I didn't know if you were ever in contact with him at some point. You might be able to give him a ringy dingy or something, or with him, and just say, hey, because he did say he might be able to help me a little bit with this thing, and of course you did tell me he got a fire truck of his own there. You sent me a couple pictures of.
Yep.
So,
and he knows those features very well, so I'm sure he can help out. I hear from him periodically. It's been a while since I've heard from him. He's a busy man. Last I heard, he had bought like 2 more businesses, so I'm sure he's in over his head. But yeah, I can reach out to him.
Okay.
For you.
All right, I'd appreciate that there, absolutely. And so, but anyway, it sounds like there's been a lot of good information going on. I'm kind of interested to hear more about this 303 stuff there. That might be good to. What'd they say with that Beatles song? Something about keeping your fire engine clean? I think they said something like that, didn't they, in a Beatles song? I'd have to check that out. Steve would know that. He knows all that music.
Yeah, I'm not your Beatles. I'm not your Beatles aficionado by no means.
All right. Well, I'm sure somebody out there. I'll tell you, if Eskimo Mom's out there, she's already got it Googled. She'll be calling in and letting us know. But anyways, no, it's good to have you on here and all that, and we're looking forward to everything we do with you and everything. Anyways, yeah, we're keep you up to date while we can get going here, and we're trying to get a few more things put together and make it look a little better. And so, anyways, have a couple more updates on it later on. But as I say, we're just trying to get the state, the main stuff done, and it looks like we got to pull the whole cooling system apart as well. So, well, as I say, we got a good share of things to do to it. So, but anyways, we're plugging away. So, other than that, I don't know. I guess we're looking for, our AccuWeather aficionado out here that we have stationed here in Baltimore says we're supposed to have some pretty decent weather. It says there's like a 40% chance on Sunday, but other than that, it's like 10% for their extended forecast all next week, and saying the temperatures are supposed to be in the highs in the mid 40s, low to mid 40s, all for the whole next week coming up. So I'm not sure what you got going for us, Steve, but I thought you said there was some major storm coming. But the Baltimore people here, they aren't seeing anything that I see anything drastic with.
As far as the snow goes, it's going to be. I think it's going to be north of you. Pennsylvania. It's not going to be a big storm. And now next week, they're talking about. They haven't pinpointed who's going to see what yet with that one. So obviously, if you're in the 40s, you ain't going to be seeing snow.
Right. No, and as I say, about the only time they see for weather there was Sunday evening, I think. So it was either Sunday morning or Sunday evening. Sometimes Sunday they're talking possible 40% chance. So we'll see how that goes. But anyways, hey, we'll let some more get in here, and you know what you're supposed to do. You're on. You know the drill on this, don't you? Even this year, but it continues from last year. Your drill continues here now. So we'll let you get at it.
Have a good weekend. Thank you, Horse Feathers. There you go. Yeah, actually got a little bit of snow in northwest and north central PA tonight. It's not mountain to a whole lot, but a little bit of rain from Pittsburgh on south. Obviously higher elevations, a little bit of snow there, but a little disturbance moving through PA tonight. All right, it's 844-3388. What will the implications be? Suncor, which operates the only oil and gas refinery in Colorado, shut down its Commerce City, Colorado refinery on Christmas Eve, and it may not be back online until March, according to the reports. This has prompted the Colorado governor to issue a state of emergency while easing regulations for drivers of commercial vehicles transporting fuel to reduce any potential supply chain issues due to the refinery shutdown. This relief includes, but is not limited to, trucking hours, truck weight limits, and streamlined pipeline transportation regulations. According to the governor's website, as a result of the declaration, the state's emergency operations plan is activated, and the Office of Emergency Management is directed to take necessary and appropriate actions to assist the affected jurisdiction with their response, recovery, and mitigation efforts. Now, Suncor news release said extreme record-setting weather led to equipment damage at the Suncor's Commerce City refinery. I guess it was the Arctic blast back there, right into Christmas. Consistent with our operation excellence and safe operation practice, it was determined that the entire facility would be shut down and put into safe mode to allow for the inspection of all units and repair the damaged equipment. Now, the Commerce City refinery processes about 98,000 barrels per day, contributing $2.5 billion to the state's annual economy, while providing about 5,000 direct and indirect jobs there. In addition, nearly 95% of Suncor's products processed in Commerce City are actually sold in the state of Colorado. So what's that done with fuel prices? The latest weekly fuel report from January the 2nd actually showed a decline in average diesel prices in the Rocky Mountain region, including Colorado. ProMiles showed an 8.4% decline in the Rocky Mountains average price per gallon. Energy Information Administration saw a drop of 1.5 cents. Now, AAA's daily report for Colorado yesterday also showed the current average price for diesel in Colorado was down to $4.29 per gallon, pretty much unchanged from last week. Now, several local news outlets are reporting industry experts expect fuel prices to begin rising in the near future. Suncor said, based on their current assessment, the Canadian company anticipates a return to full operation at this refinery by late in the first quarter of this year. So probably toward the end of March. Wow, that's a pretty lengthy shutdown. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, Kyle, what else can we get an update on? Any word on the tire hog? Anything, any new development? Got that thing up and running good yet or no?
I don't know. I haven't had an update on that for a bit. I'll have to check on that. I know Kevin was working really hard on it right before I left for break, but I haven't got an update since I've been back.
Oh, yeah, you've only been back a couple of days, right?
Yeah, I just got back in Tuesday.
So let's get back
But
to...
I'll tell you, we do have one announcement to make. I got on my notes for tonight. I know your audience is going to like this one. The hub oil additive testing we're looking for. So we're looking to get feedback on our new hub oil additive they're working on, which I know came from this audience, is where that all started. So they're looking for testers right now. The one thing we ask for is that they have access to an infrared thermometer to get us the data that we need. And it looks like a $50 hotshotsecret.com gift card will also be given to all the testers that return the data. And anybody interested can send an email to sample@hotshotsecret.com, or you can text 614-547-3382. That's 614-547-3382 to get on the hub oil test list. Just let us know your email and phone number in the message, and we'll get back to you. And maybe some of the listeners out there can help us out putting this new hub oil additive to the test.
So is this one of those deals where some people will get an actual, the actual product, and others maybe get like a placebo, so you can get feedback and see what kind of a difference it made? Is that what the idea is?
I honestly don't know the plan on this testing, but we often do that. Yeah. So there might be. I'm really not privy to what the plan is for this one, but normally it's at a position where they're either between a couple final formulas. So there might be 3 or 4 formulas that they send out there, with one being a placebo, and a couple being some altered potential formulas. And sometimes we send out a competitor product in there too, so we can get heads up apples to apples comparison as well. So I don't know the plan for this one, but
Okay.
it wouldn't put it past us to test like that.
Ultimately, what they're looking for is what people are going to be trying to check the temperatures of the hubs, right? If the product is reducing the temperature in those bearings, the hubs, I guess.
Yep, that's correct. And you can rest assured, when we're at this stage where we're doing real world field testing, all the products that we send out are all no harm tested. So you're not being a guinea pig, I'll put it that way. They're all ready for market products. We're just trying to figure out which perform the best. So yeah, that's what we're looking for at this point.
All right, good deal. About a minute before news break, we got lines available at 844-844-3388. There's a bunch of friends we haven't heard. We've been back all this week, and I guess, I don't know, maybe a lot of folks took off for the first week of the new year. I'm not sure, but yeah, I'd like to hear from some of our old friends. Kyle's going to be with us till 5 a.m. Eastern time, so we get 90 minutes to go. Jump on in. I mentioned the supply chain crisis last hour, and I've been saying this for the last 2 years. China, where they continue to maintain this no COVID policy, lockdown, said all they're really doing is postponing the inevitable, because we tried that here, and the rest of the world tried lockdowns. They didn't work. Yeah, now that China has eased their lockdowns, lo and behold, go figure, the number of cases, the COVID is spreading like wildfire. And many of the manufacturing facilities, we're now hearing, are being impacted and actually having to shut down. Chinese orders are down pretty dramatically, but Chinese factories shutting down 2 weeks earlier than usual for the Chinese Lunar New Year on January the 22nd, as the COVID spreads like wildfire. I kind of anticipate we're probably going to see another surge in supply chain issues for products coming out of China as, again, the COVID spreads. So many people unable to report to work, according to the reports. First, let's get a news break. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Actor Edward Norton is finding out he's related to Pocahontas. On the PBS show Finding Your Roots, the Oscar-nominated actor discovered the daughter of the 17th century Native American chief is his 12th grandmother. Actor Edward Norton is finding out he's related to Pocahontas. On the PBS show Finding Your Roots, the Oscar-nominated actor discovered the daughter of a 17th century Native American chief is his 12th great-grandmother. Stars will shine in Sunrise, Florida, as the NHL is revealing its all-star rosters for the midseason exhibition. Capitals forward Alex Ovechkin will make his 8th appearance, which is the most among active players. The Blue Jackets' Johnny Gaudreau and Sharks defenseman Erik Karlsson are heading to their 7th all-star game. Oilers forwarder Connor McDavid is making his 6th straight appearance. The festivities begin on February 3rd with a skills competition, and puck drop for the All-Star game takes place the day after. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back. It's 844-3388, a Friday. Yeah, January the 6th. Happy anniversary, right? As Pappy said, happy anniversary. Hey, Kyle, what's on tap for the Mid-America Truck Show? I can't believe that's end of March, I think, 29th, 30th, and April 1st, something like that.
Yeah, I can't wait. We are really excited about that. Let me check the date on that. I think you're right. March 30th through April 1st. So, as you know, before they had stopped it there for a bit, we were talking earlier, Steve. Hot Shot Secret just had a 10-foot booth outside in the the front area, and so it was a pretty big move for us last year to go with the bigger booth. And if you guys remember, we were trying to get the Steve Summers Overnight Drive all together in one big booth, but they just couldn't accommodate us, and with the way the booths were laid out and had already been taken up and everything. So we had the two separate booths last year, but I'm really happy to announce that we finally just got everything moved around. And so for this year, not only are we going to be together in the same booth, we got a big old booth. So now it's I believe we got a 20 by 60. So we have an absolutely monster footprint, and we're all going to be all together. We're going to have Hot Shots in the booth. We're going to have Overnight Drive. I can't really tell you about the vehicle we're going to have yet. I don't have that completely locked down, but we're going to have a cool vehicle in the booth as well. And no more running between the booths to check on the radio program and check on the booth. We'll all be together this year. So looking forward to it.
I think Josh said something about we're probably not going to do the live broadcast. We'll be recording there at the show, but not like broadcasting live during the day. We'll record like we did years ago and just kind of like it'll run during the midnight to 5 hours. Is that what you're understanding?
I heard Josh talk about that. I don't know what the full plan is yet, but I know that's a possibility.
I know we had paid for what supposedly was supposed to be high quality internet reception there, and it didn't. We had our fair share of technical issues because the Wi-Fi wasn't that good.
Yeah, I deal with this all the time when I'm at these big trade shows. They charge you a fortune for it, and it's never a good feed. And really, I just needed to run a credit card machine, so we're not even really asking that much from the Wi-Fi, and half the time I can't run a credit card. So the fact we're trying to broadcast the show live through that feed at a convention center where every booth is basically running through the same feed is quite a challenge. And although we'd really love to have it live from the show, for that reason, it just, we don't want the listeners to end up having to hear a bad choppy show cutting in and out. So the good news is if we do a recorded session, we can still air it at the normal hours of the listening hours, and by that time we can make sure it's a full 5 hours of good content, and so everybody can enjoy the regular listening time and catch up on what happened at Matt's that day.
I do know that Sylvester from the land down under, I think they're planning to be there. They're really looking forward to the show. I saw that.
That's awesome.
Heatwave from out there in Albuquerque, New Mexico. There's another one. We haven't heard from Heatwave yet in the new year. I don't know if he's running days now or if he's not running or what's going on, but I think Heatwave and his wife have made reservations, so we're going to see some new faces this year.
Awesome. That's great. And it's going to be fun. We're all going to be in the same booth together too. So it's, we ran into some shenanigans last year, so who knows what's going to happen after hours too. So.
Oh yeah, I do recall that. Yeah. Somebody who forgot to bring their driver's license. I remember.
That's right. I forgot about that.
How does a 60-year-old get rejected from entering a bar because they don't have their ID? 60.
Yeah, that was something else. Hey, maybe is Big Moose going to make it with the guitar? Maybe we'll have a new song for the new year. Maybe?
I don't know if he's going to have a new song. I got a message, got an email from him this past day. I don't know if he's going to be there this year, what the plans are going to be, who all's going to be in attendance as far as that's concerned.
Well, I really encourage everybody out there listening, if you've never been or if you have, Matt's such a cool show, and it's become so fun with having the overnight drive out there and getting to put the voices to faces and having a good time at the show and grabbing a beer afterwards. And I really hope we do see a lot of new faces and everyone shows up.
One thing I'm not certain about is, first of all, like last year, do you know, or they had the whole Wall of Fame thing that was like the first time around, and they didn't know if they were going to do it every year, every other year, every 5 years. I haven't heard whether they're going to be doing a Wall of Fame thing this year, like, because Monkey Gouger was inducted on that first round into the Wall of Fame.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I haven't. My mind hasn't got there yet. Although it's just a few months away. I've got like 10 events before then, so it's not on my radar yet of the extra stuff. I do remember seeing that they're going to have. I think I just saw the list they released of their speakers and stuff. So I think they're rolling out that type of information of the extra stuff that's going on during that show. So
Yeah, and
I'm sure we'll hear more about it soon.
Kind of odd last year that I don't think most of the big OEMs were actually there, which was very surprising because we had 2 years without the big show because of the COVID. And I haven't really seen or heard if the OEMs will be back with their big booths, because that was always one of the highlights, having the big OEMs there.
Right. That was before my time. I remember you telling me about that, and it was kind of surprising that they weren't. I believe when I was getting the booth, when we had to expand the booth, it became really problematic because we did hear that they have more vendors this year. So I don't know if that meant they're back or what, but I think they actually have a pretty good website, and I think their floor plan is released. I'm going to it now. Yeah, so they've got our booth in there, our new big booth. We're in booth number is 12036 is the Hot Shot Secret booth, and that's in the North Wing. So it's in the same spot we were at last year, Steve.
Okay.
So you'll be moving over to us basically, and but we just have a 3 times bigger booth than we did over there from last year. So, and I'm not really seeing a lot of the big manufacturers in the other ones. So I don't know. We'll have to find out.
Do you know, does Gold Eagle, are they planning to have a presence? Do they usually, I don't know if they've ever attended the Mid-America.
I can't remember on this one. I think they have before, but they haven't recently, if I recall. That's something we're still kind of like lining up, is overlapping our event programs and seeing where, there's opportunity for each of us. I know we were just talking, they do big sponsorship with their, with the 303 brand on the Mecum car auctions. They're the big sponsor of Mecum. So if you've ever seen those car auction shows, they're the car care products that are wiping down all those cars going across the auction block there. And so they're at those type of events. They travel a lot with that, kind of like I travel with the racing. So I think I'm going to try to join them at one of those this year. And they're actually going to join me at one of our NHRDA races with the big truck show and shine, be a sponsor of that. So that's just even kind of another example of how the two companies are still learning each other and finding out, hey, we got a good thing going on over here. Why don't you come check it out? And they're sharing their experiences with us. So it's cool. I'm sure Matt's will be one of those things that we eventually get combined on.
Very good. So what's on the slate here? As I said, we're in the kind of the off season right now. When does your racing season kind of kick back into gear?
Well, normally I've got a pretty local January. I'm not really traveling usually too much on January. It's the month I get the rest of my year scheduled, but not this year. I'm off and running next week. It starts.
Really?
So I got a few trade shows coming up and some retail shows. Next week I'm heading down to Texas for the big O'Reilly's show. So it's one of our retailer big leadership conference kind of show they have down in Dallas. And turns out the week after that is a big heavy duty aftermarket week. A lot of our truckers probably know of that show. It's down there in Dallas as well. And so I'm just staying down there. Might as well. I got 2 shows back to back in Dallas. And then the week after that, I'm flying out to California for our big MPMC, which is the SEMA Council, that we're members of, the big media trade conference, which I think I've shared with you before. It's a place for manufacturers of motorsports parts, which we are with our racing oils and so forth. I get to spend 3 straight days in a hotel room, getting interviewed by 72 members of the media, 30 minutes at a time for 3 straight days. So it's quite a gauntlet, but it's a good thing we do to get a lot of media coverage and stories out for the rest of the year. And they kind of put all of us manufacturers and all the media in a hotel for 3 days and let us hammer it out. So
wow,
that's the week after Texas. I finished the month in Tennessee. We've got the Tractor Supply Show then. So we got a bunch of the retail and convention type of stuff going on. The race season, some of my racers start next week in Florida. I won't be there, but that started. I think the first kickoff I'm going to have at the track will be into February. The last week of February, if you remember, is the Lights Out, the big radial series down in South Georgia Motorsports Park. This is where we go every year to start the season off when it's nice, cool air, when they're shooting for the world records. And that's where Fire Punk got their 399 pass in the diesel truck to set the world record. And so it's kind of the kickoff of the year. So I'll be on the track February 23rd. Will kick off the racing season for me.
So the Hot Shot Secret S10, that's over and done. Now the Millers, they were working on a new vehicle. Is that going to be up and running come February, or what's an update?
That is the plan. Every time I call to get a little update, like we still on, it's kind of, it gets more nervous and nervous. Now, unfortunately, the plan was to debut Fire Punk's new Pro Mod in our booth at PRI in December at the big trade show. So that was the targeted date from January, was to get that done by December. And it just didn't get done in time, and we had to go to paint. So it's right at the finish line now. And I think they're just getting it back and doing the final plumbing and wiring and all that stuff. So all these little details that you have to do. But the goal still is to debut at Lights Out in February. So I got my fingers crossed. I mean, now that's just 6 weeks away, and they got a lot to do. But I cannot wait for the world to see what these guys built. It is so amazing. It's going to blow everybody's mind. It's a 70 Duster, Plymouth Duster Pro Mod, with that diesel power plant in it. And it's the best of the best of every single component on that vehicle. And it is going to turn the earth. It is going to be the baddest diesel race car ever made. And we just can't wait for it to roll out.
So you think we might be seeing some new world records set by these guys?
For sure. 100%.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
So if you didn't catch it, another thing that happened in December, I guess I haven't even updated you on. So Fire Punk has had the world record at 399 for the quickest diesel drag race in the world. And they since have retired the truck back in the middle of the year to break it down to get ready for this new build. Well, in the meantime, one of our other sponsored racers out of Virginia, in a diesel dragster, cracked off a 393.
Ooh.
Maddie Graves. We've always called her the fastest woman in diesel motorsports, and now she's just the fastest. You can take the woman part out. She's run faster than anything he has, and so she took the record from Fire Punk.
Wow.
And she has it now. So we're really proud of Maddie, and we can't wait to see what she does this next season. But the vehicle that Fire Punk built is a completely different animal. It is literally a purpose-built Pro Mod to do what all the gas cars are doing, and 390s are going to be no problem. They're going to pass those. They're going to get into the 380s and the 370s where all the gas cars in the world are. Which I'll give you one more announcement. If you've got a second before break.
Yeah, go ahead.
So here's another cool thing, and I've been telling the world this for 2 years now on how the diesels are coming. And we've always been, kind of poo-pooed and laughed on, and at the speeds and the technology. We've come so far in 5 years in the industry of drag racing. It's crazy. So when Firepunk finally had the 3.99 first diesel ever to get in the threes, it woke people up. And it really allowed people to say, okay, these guys are serious. These diesel power plants are really doing, what we're doing on the alcohol and gas side. Well, now in December, also, our other sponsor, one of our sponsored racers, Ryan Milliken, he's the one that has that beautiful blue classic Nova Cummins power plant, and he's the one that runs with all the gas guys. I go down to South Georgia Motorsports Park, and he runs in all that other stuff as well. So he's kind of one of the guys that have crossed over and really challenged the gas world. Well, in December, he not only qualified first in the entire class of X275, he broke the all-time X275 fastest speed record, which nobody had really ever gone over 180, and this is measured usually by hundreds of miles per hour. He ran a pass at 183 miles per hour. And again, this is a diesel-powered vehicle against the best of the best X275 race cars on the planet, and now the fastest one that's ever gone is a diesel power. And that's no handicap, no nothing. He runs exactly just like the rest of all the gas guys, and now the fastest X275 car in the world is owned by a diesel power plant. So we're here. There's no more handicap. They're heads up, doing amazing things with these high performance diesel engines. It's just crazy. I wish more of the people would come out and see what they're doing, because it blows your mind what you can do with a good old tractor motor,
I mean, how are they getting these kind of speeds out of the diesel engines? Is it the gearing, or?
Well, it's horsepower. They're making so much power with things that the game is all about horsepower and weight, right? It's power and weight. And so there's all these regulations on how light these cars can be. Well, diesel, we've just never been able to keep up because the diesel platform's so heavy. So you'd much rather give up horsepower to shave weight, because the lesser weight, you go faster. Well, now the technology's just come around so much that the diesels can make up for that weight. So they a lot of times are heavier or as heavy as the gas ones, but a lot of that weight's in the engine itself. And now that they've got new billet technology that's been on the gas side for so long, now it's coming over to the diesel side. It's just a matter of these guys figuring out and putting down an insane amount of horsepower and outpowering these guys and overcoming the weight obstacle.
Hey, well, I think last time you were on with me, we had a chance to talk to, and I didn't realize we were doing anything that Hot Shot was involved at all with the dirt racing. We had one guy call from here in Ohio. Is he back to sponsoring him again this year? Is on the dirt track in the late model?
Oh, Jimmy Moore, yeah. I just talked to him the other night. He's got a build going on right now. He runs with the Steel Block late model series. Yeah, he actually sent me a picture. He's got another wrecked fender he sent me. It's great wall art, because he always seems to wreck the fenders that have the big Hot Shot Secret logos on them.
Right.
So I love to get the old crumpled up fenders and hang them on the office wall, So, yeah, but Jimmy's doing great. He's got a new build coming, and looking forward to this coming season.
All right, got a couple minutes before we hit news break. Let me see here. Robert says, can Kyle explain the difference between their oil and Schaefer's oil? I have a street stock Duramax pull-in truck that we pull in Battle of the Bluegrass Pooling Series.
Nice. So I assume he's talking about Schaefer's racing oil for the pull truck. One thing I always tell everybody, and as we've talked before, we test everybody out there. We test everything competitor on the market, where we know where we're at and know what's good and bad out there. I will tell you right now, Schaefer's makes a great oil. Their higher end, especially their 7,000, their 9,000 racing oils are good oils. They always test very well. I've even said to my racers, like, if you're stuck somewhere and you can't, and you're out of oil, then the next one I want you to grab would be Schaefer's Racing Oil. So I'm not scared to say that. And I'll put that right out there. It's a good oil. Where we differ and how our oil is better is, number one, our Adrenaline Racing Oil is a pure Group 4 PAO, polyalpha olefin. It's 100% PAO base oil. Now, the reason why I give a lot of credit to Schaefer's is because they actually use a bit of PAO in their oil. It's estimated, I don't know, around 5 to 10%. It's proprietary. They won't tell you. We tell you, we use 100% pure. And what that does is it gives you a lot of resistance to shearability. So the oil film strength is so improved. It's the same technology we use in the over-the-road truckers to go extended 100,000-mile intervals. It's an oil that won't break down because it's a Group 4 polyalpha olefin. So we just use a pure base oil of PAO, whereas they're using just a portion of it. So it's better than the average guys out there, but not doesn't get better than 100% pure. That's just on the base oil side. On the additive side, of course, we have our FR3 friction reducer, our nanocarbon technology that we've talked a lot about on air that goes in all of our oils. But one of the important things is that nanocarbon technology is just a different way to reduce wear. Schaefer's uses molybdenum, which is a very common anti-wear, but molybdenum works great till it breaks down. Our nanocarbons will not break down. They'll protect for the life of the engine or in a pulling application for how many hooks you got. And most of our pullers they double their hooks when switching over to our oil without it breaking down. So I'm happy to talk to you about it, though, and it's at least I think you're on a good oil, but I think we can even get you some more hooks and keep the bearings clean on what you're doing there.
All right, there you go, Robert. To answer that question, that's the difference. All right, got final hour ahead, and we got lines wide open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. The Biden administration is putting in new immigration restrictions to address the border crisis. President Biden said that includes expanding and expediting legal pathways for migration, while imposing new consequences for those who enter the U.S. illegally. The administration will accept up to 30,000 migrants per month from Nicaragua, Cuba, Haiti, and Venezuela under the humanitarian parole program. Those who don't come to the U.S. under that program may be expelled to Mexico under a policy known as Title 42. Meanwhile, Biden called on Congress to pass comprehensive immigration reform. The president will visit the border in El Paso, Texas on Sunday. The NFL game between the Buffalo Bills and the Cincinnati Bengals is being ruled a no contest after the collapse of Bills safety Damar Hamlin. On Thursday, the league announced the Week 17 game that was suspended in the first quarter Monday won't resume. Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest and was taken by ambulance to a Cincinnati hospital where he remains. The decision brings forward a number of playoff scenarios as both teams were battling for the top seed in the AFC. A neutral site AFC championship game could be possible. A California congressman-elect says Democrats in the House are happy to work out a deal with more liberal Republicans for the speakership. Tom McClintock says the Democratic conference will vote to approve for any GOP taker, but they have some requests.
And by the way, here's our list of demands. We want to have no significant investigations of the administration or past policies. We want half of the committee chairmanships, and we want half of the committee slots.
There's a new law that aims to preserve several sites across the country that were used for Japanese internment camps during World War II. Signed by President Biden on Wednesday, the legislation was spearheaded by local leaders in California and Hawaii. It reauthorizes funding for the Japanese-American Confinement Ties program to continue the preservation of those sites. The bill will also create a new $10 million grant program. This is USA News.
The holidays are here. Achieve gifting greatness when you give perfectly aged, tender, delicious Omaha steaks. The steak experts at Omaha Steaks have curated special gift packages to take the guesswork out of gifting and make you a holiday hero. Go to omahasteaks.com and take advantage of 50% off site-wide. Plus, use code TREAT at checkout to get an additional $40 off your order. Send an assortment of mouthwatering favorites guaranteed to impress, like the legendary Butcher's Cut Filet Mignon, air-chilled boneless chicken, ultra juicy burgers, even easy-to-prepare, ready-in-a-flash comfort meals. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, so shop early and beat the shipping rush. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout. Omaha Steaks is a gift from the heart, remembered with every unforgettable bite. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com, get 50% off site-wide, plus use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $40 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The head coach of the Buffalo Bills is applauding the national outpouring of support shown to safety Damar Hamlin, who remains hospitalized in Cincinnati. Sean McDermott spoke publicly Thursday for the first time since Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest during Monday's game against the Cincinnati Bengals. McDermott pointed to Hamlin's Toy Drive charity, which has now raised more than $7.6 million. The coach added the recent news regarding Hamlin's progress has been very encouraging. Doctors say Hamlin's neurological functions remain intact, and he's beginning to awaken. A federal judge has upheld a West Virginia law prohibiting transgender female athletes from playing on girls' and women's sports teams in public middle schools, high schools, and universities. On Thursday, Judge Joseph Goodwin ruled that the measure, referring to the Save Women's Sports Bill, as constitutionally permissible. The judge said the law barring transgender females and males from female sports teams is substantially related to the government's interest in providing equal athletic opportunities for females. Members of the UN Security Council expressed concern on what they said is the need to maintain a status quo at the compound Muslims revere as the Al-Aqsa Mosque and that Jews worshipfully call the Temple Mount. Thursday's comments came 2 days after Israel's new far-right security minister visited the site in Jerusalem. The decades-old status quo allows only Muslims to worship at the compound. An Israeli official said Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir complied with the arrangement that allows non-Muslims to visit but not pray. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me a higher level.
Just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
He started out with automotive engines before 8 cylinders were not enough. With Allison Power, he won 6 Grand National titles in 4 seasons. But his true legacy is the devotion to family and team that he has passed on to the next generation. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. Ron Bargy of Ansonia, Ohio, was inducted into the 2022 class of the Pulling Hall of Fame at the NTPA's awards banquet on Saturday, December 3rd. Mr. Bargy drove various configurations of the judge and the jury modifieds from the mid-1970s until well into the 2010s. He won 9,000-pound and 12,000-pound modified titles in 1975 and again in 1976, and then the 7,500-pound and 9,000-pound titles in 1978. A farmer near Greenville, Ohio, Ron and his wife Doris raised 6 sons and 2 daughters, and 4 of those sons take turns driving a modern-day judge and jury on the NTPA's Region 2 circuit. The following excerpts are from an interview conducted with Mr. Bargy just hours before his induction ceremony.
Let me ask you about how it got started. I guess it goes way back. I was only 12 years old. Dad and I went to the Miami County Fair, which is one county to the east of Darke County Fair, and they had a free-for-all. There was 40 cockshut there, and so they had it loaded down, and then they had 2 telephone poles underneath, sticking out to the front about 20 feet for ballast, you know. It reared up, and the brother ran out and hung on the front of that to bring it back down. I was 17 years old, senior in high school, and us FFA boys, they always had Ansonia had a fall fair. Us guys decided we wanted to have a tractor pull area there, and had an old stone boat. We stepped a few people on, even though that. And my dad let me take our W.D. Alice Chalmers to the pool and just progressed from there. And then along came more organized pulling in the early 60s. The state of Ohio had a couple of clubs. We were able to have a tractor pull at the Ohio State Fair. It was 1965. How important was it for you to have the support of Doris once you got married? Yeah, she is number one. We have 8 children. We had 2 pulling tractors, loaded the kids all up, motor home, and Larry and his wife took the semi with the tractors, and we were in Iowa and Wisconsin and Michigan or wherever there was NTPA event, we were there. She seen the motorhome was loaded, and those kids, they had to see that their underwear and socks and a few things made it into the camper, so they had something to do, just like a bunch of gypsies. Been wonderful. So lucky to meet so many people from all over the country, and even in Europe when we pulled over there, made a lot of friends. Everybody had one thing in mind, trying to make tractor pulling better.
Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, as we get our final hour off and rolling here on a Friday, how about that NTPA update? I know Josh is more the guy on the pull-in side there, but yeah, I saw that Seacrest pulling, I guess, yeah, the first actual championship with Hot Shot Secret. How about that? That was pretty big, wasn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, we're getting a lot of more traction on the pulling side, and more to come this year as well.
Yeah, I was looking at the little write-up there from the NTPA and the congratulations to the Seacrest team. And Josh said that I started my career, but the NTPA quickly recognized the value of the series as a way for companies to connect with their core consumers. With Hot Shot Secret, based in the Midwest, this sponsorship has given us the opportunity to be on site for a number of the events, actually talk to the pullers and the fans, and Yeah, according to Greg Randall, the NTPA executive director, he said Hot Shot Secret is becoming more widely known in our sport. Increasingly, we're seeing how winners that rely on Hot Shot Secret additives are winning events or becoming top finishers. So that's pretty big, huh?
Absolutely. And it's no surprise to us. And it's just like we started in the drag racing side of things. We kind of went in there and nobody knew us. And we kind of, as I explained earlier, really partner with the right people from a testing standpoint and an R&D and product development. And so we really try to bring a lot to the table with these type of partnerships. And, here we are 5-6 years later, and we completely dominate and have pushed out all the other lubricant companies out of diesel drag racing. And so we got the same plans for the pulling side. And here we are a couple of years in now, and it's like I've seen this movie before. I know what's coming, and it's just fun to watch more and more of the top guys come knocking on our door saying, hey, I see what you guys are doing here. What you got going on? And so we're just adding more and more people to the Hot Shots team, and I'm really proud of these guys going out there and thank them for representing our products so well and not only getting on the winner stage, but also, helping us take our products to the test and further develop them too.
I saw the announcement yesterday. I guess Josh has been given, a new hat to wear there at Hot Shot Secret. I guess he's going to be a very, very busy guy now, even more so than he's been.
Yeah, I guess he's going from doing about 8 jobs to about 12 jobs now. So, he's. I think it's official here at the beginning of the year. He's took a new role as our brand manager, and Josh has been such an asset to the team. If you remember, the reason why he's so into the pulling side, we actually stole him from the NTPA, and he had worked there for 10 years. And so he's been with us now for, I think, 3 years, and just a huge asset to the team, and really happy for him in his new position. And I'm just going to continue to work closely with him as we continue to move this brand forward.
So, he was on the technical side more before, and now, does that mean I think they're going to have to be bringing somebody else in kind of under Josh to try to handle that? Is somebody going to have to figure out how to handle if I have a technical difficulty at 11 o'clock at night trying to get something lined up? Am I going to have to call somebody else now?
We talked about, actually, Josh and I just talked about that today. Yeah, it's the he's the only one that's got all the keys to your studio there and knows how everything runs. And I'm like,
exactly.
Oh no, I hope you never get hit by a bus or we're in big trouble. So yeah, we've got a bunch of I guess realignment with a lot of our responsibilities for this year, and one of them myself is I'm going to get a lot more focused on the radio program, and we're going to get some more staffing behind this. And so as Josh rolls into that, I certainly foresee us having backup solutions to emergencies coming from the Hot Shot Secret studio, so we can make sure we can stay on air at all times.
Yeah, okay. Well, it is 844-844-3388. Happy New Year, Tex.
Happy New Year, Steve and Kyle.
Hey, Tex, how you doing?
I'm doing okie dokie. I'm living anyway, so ain't no need complaining. Oh, Steve, I was a sick little puppy there for about 2 weeks.
I know. What, your kids and the grandkids came into town? They come in for a visit, I guess the week before Christmas, and they left him with a good old case of the flu.
That's right. And then the day before Christmas, my water pipe froze and busted.
Oh, boy.
Destroyed my bathroom. So I finally got it finished. I got my water hooked back up, I think it's the day after New Year's, and I still got dirt floor out there, all my floor out of my bathroom, some of the walls, cabinets and everything. So, but other than that, everything's going good. I'm gonna try to be at that old truck show this year. I don't know. Maybe I can drive that fur if I can't hitch a ride with somebody. But yeah, I'm looking forward to trying to get up there again. I had a good time last year.
Yeah,
Meeting all you folks.
You better make it.
I heard that. Now, Kyle, let me ask you a question on y'all's products there. Y'all got anything available to bring down the price of eggs? Good googly movie. I went to the store yesterday to get some eggs for my cornbread and $5.58 for a dozen eggs, limit one per customer. Good Lord, it's $5.58 a dozen. You can't afford but one.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Unfortunately, I don't have anything for that. That's hitting us all.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm on the when it warms up and I get this bathroom floor put back together, and I'm gonna that spring I'm gonna change all and everything off in my golf cart there, the old Penny Snatcher 1, and what'd be the best thing to put in there, that FR3 or something like that?
It's a golf cart, gas powered?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, FR3, and I run some gasoline extreme through the fuel tank as well. Especially those tend to get kind of dusty, dirty. I have if any of you have ever been out to one of the events I'm at, you may have seen our raggedy golf cart I drive around in. And fortunately, good news this year, I got a new Polaris Ranger. So shout out to finally have a brand new pit vehicle this year. I'm really excited about that. But yeah, I often run a lot of gas stream through our golf cart, and it certainly has kept that thing alive for much longer than it should be alive.
Okay, so I can put the gas extreme in with my stay built. I use stay built for years and years in my boat motors and my lawnmowers and golf carts and stuff, but I can run the stay built and the gas extreme.
Yep, you absolutely can. Our gas extreme really doesn't have a lot of stabilizer in it. That wasn't really the intended purpose of the product. It's really a single tank deep cleanser that you use periodically. So it's always good to have the stable in the fuel, especially in a golf cart that gets used periodically. So go ahead and stabilize that fuel with your stay-bill, but periodically run some gasoline extreme, through the fuel system, get it cleaned out.
Okay, and then the FR3, and will that FR3 work in the rear end on that thing?
Yep, it's
okay.
It's a closed gear, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
Yep, you can add FR3 there, and we sell gear oil too, and it's high end gear oil. It's Group 4 PAO gear oil, but we also sell it by the quart too. So it's one of those things you might, if you're looking to change out the gear oil, that already has the FR3 infused into it.
Okay. But that's strictly for the running gear. That don't go in the motor, right?
Correct.
Okay. I guess I'll have to get that there overnight drive discount when I do that, right?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Okay, well,
I got a better idea for you, Tex. Why don't you just come pick up a bottle at Matt's?
Okay. Yeah. Well, if I make it up there, I may be looking at. Well, I'm gonna be looking at you. Y'all gonna be in the same booth this year. I won't have so far to walk.
Yep, and it's much bigger, so we'll have room for everybody.
That's a good deal. Well, I can't hardly wait. And I missed the first 2 hours of the show, Steve. I turned it on the TV and I fell asleep, and I didn't get a chance to call in when Bob was on there, and then I lost signal there 3 times. So I finally had to get dressed, come out here in the pickup, and call it back in.
Is that what
So,
happened? I saw you were online and you dropped off, and you were online and dropped off. I was wondering what was going on.
Yeah, I kept losing my dad burn signal. I don't know, but anyways, I think my wife and my regular telephone was fighting each other, and then I got the Wi-Fi over here at the cases, and so I think they all 3 got to fighting each other. So I turned the Wi-Fi off, just going through my phone now. So, but anyway, I just want to give everybody a shoot and a holler and tipping the hat and ringing the cowbell. Exit 81 off the big 75. Y'all have a good
Tex,
year.
I got to tell you, Tex, you almost got a call from me this past Thursday, because here we're on I-75 headed northbound, and I mentioned earlier this week I was a lot of stress, the holidays, and the fact that I don't like traveling. I ended up in one of those, well, turns out to be one of those full-fledged panic attacks, and I ended up at exit 81 off I-75, and you got a crappy medical center right up there at the top of the hill that I ended up at for about 4 hours.
Yeah, right up on top of the hill. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, you called it right, crappy medical center.
Yeah, that was quite the experience. I went in thinking I'm having a heart attack, and it's a panic attack. So.
Oh my goodness! Well, you should have called me. I'd have come right on to you. I would. I ain't but 2.9 miles from there.
I told the wife. I said, "No, Tex is he's only 3 miles away from where we're sitting right here," and she said, "Well, She hadn't put on any makeup or done her hair or anything. I'm not gonna call him. No, plus after sitting there for 4 hours, I had to get on the highway. My stress was trying to get home,
Well, Dad Burn, Steve, I wish you'd have called. Hey, all women's pretty with or without makeup. It don't matter as long as they can cook and clean the house.
There you go. Well, just we were thinking about you anyway. We were there. Just the irony that I saw the little blue sign, the hospital exit, and I said, and it turns out that was exit 81 off I-75.
There you go. Well, everybody have you a good New Year, Kyle. I hope to see y'all up there in March.
And just remember, for anyone, if you're traveling, if you got to get off exit 81, that's a crappy medical center.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So we got there. It says, Sylvester going to be coming to the truck shows from Australia. He said, come on, Hillbilly Tex. If I can drive all the way from Australia, you can sure drive from Tennessee. I'd love to shake Hillbilly Tex's hand. Yeah, he'll find a way to get there. Let's see. Mike says, can I put Gasoline Extreme in my 2015 Ultra Limited Harley?
Sure, absolutely.
No problem?
No problem.
All right. Hey, Big Moose, what's going on? Let me double click here. Come on, computer. Click. There he goes. What's happening, Moose?
Hey, what's happening? What's happening,
Hey,
fellas?
Moose. How's it going, buddy?
Hey, not much. I'm reading there what you did to that poor guy with the, with the bathtub and the kidney there a while ago.
I saw that.
Yeah. Organ harvesting down there, was you?
My side gig.
I got you. Well, it's good money in that. Well, that reminded me of the old joke. What's the difference between a dead hooker in a suitcase and a Lamborghini?
What's that?
I don't have a Lamborghini in my garage. No, I just up and at 'em this morning. I was going down here to the Breakfast Club. I figured I had seen you back on YouTube, Bears. I figured I'd call in and say hello.
Well, good to hear from you.
How long you reckon we'll be on YouTube, Moose? How long you think we'll last this time?
Oh, it's hard telling. It's hard telling. I don't know. One day, I don't know, last week or something, a notification popped up, said you was live, and then it didn't show no replay of it, and then you wasn't on the rest of the week. And then, well, so far this week, they've been showing the replays, so you've been on there for 3 or 4 days anyway. So.
Yeah, that was really weird. The one night we came on, and I mean, we were on YouTube, and it we were off at like 2:30 in the morning. 2.5 hours into the show. I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, kind of strange. Yeah, I just, like I said, I go down there and meet these old codgers for breakfast, and so I'm gonna call and talk to them guys. I haven't talked to them in a while, but I tell you what, fellas, I've had a little bit of a an awakening, I guess. I figured out what 99.9% of my stress problem was, Steve. And, you was talking about being stressed out and having them panic attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what you got to do. Go down there to Verizon store, take your old telephone, hit it with a hammer, and get another one with a different number on it, and don't give it to nobody. You'd be surprised how much that stress will just go away. Yeah, I cut off about 240 whiny-ass truck drivers like a gangrenous toad, and I'm gonna tell you something, buddy. It's been a breath of fresh air around my place. But I ain't gonna be making it no truck shows no more. I don't want to be caught dead hanging out with a bunch of dang truck drivers,
All
Hey,
right.
Did you ever hear that? Hey, did you ever hear that story about the little boy that his first day of school, and teacher said, we're going to play a little game this morning, so we get to know everybody. We're going to say what our name is, and then we're going to say who our daddies are and what our daddies do for a living. First little girl went up, she said, my name's Sally Ann, my daddy's name's John, and he's a banker, and he helps people buy cars and trucks and houses. The teacher said, well, that's wonderful. Next little girl raised her hand. She said, my name's Susie. She said, my daddy's name's Frank, and he's a construction worker, and he builds skyscrapers and towers and roads and just makes America great. Teacher said, well, that's just wonderful. Oh, Johnny popped up there and said, my name's Johnny. My daddy's name's Paul, and he is a go-go dancer at an all-male strip club. Teacher said, I need to see you out in the hall right now. She got him outside. She said, Johnny, is your daddy really a go-go dancer at an all-male strip club? He said, no, he's a truck driver, but I wouldn't want to tell nobody that. But anyway, y'all keep it twitch and spotted in the solid sunny side up and all that jazz. And I am 1042 Permanito.
Enjoy your enjoy your egg McMuffin and hot coffee, I would assume. All right, it's a Friday morning.
USA News Update. The head coach of the Buffalo Bills is applauding the national outpouring of support shown to safety Damar Hamlin, who remains hospitalized in Cincinnati. Sean McDermott spoke publicly Thursday for the first time since Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest during Monday's game against the Cincinnati Bengals.
It's amazing to know the impact that this has had on so many people, and for now Damar to be awake and his mom to be able to share that with him it's incredible.
McDermott pointed to Hamlin's Toy Drive charity, which has now raised more than $7.6 million. The coach added the recent news regarding Hamlin's progress has been very encouraging. Doctors say Hamlin's neurological functions remain intact, and he's beginning to awaken. Hillary Clinton is stepping into a teaching role at Columbia University. The former Secretary of State is joining the university as a professor at its School of International Public Affairs. I'm Julio Flores, U.S.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-790-4815. 800-790-4815. 800-790-4815. That's 800-790-4815.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506. or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig mattress. The Big Rig mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Steve in Columbus. Checking in via email, who says, good morning, Steve, all the listeners out there. And just like that, it's Friday, and we're looking forward to the much-needed weekend. With a hot cup of coffee in hand, time to head into town, see what the folks are throwing away today. It's cooling down here in central Ohio. Goodbye, tropical winter. Everybody enjoy the day. All right, you do the same. He's moving the trash there in Columbus, as a matter of fact. Hey, there's Truck and Phil. Happy New Year. Happy Friday. Coffee up. Morning, Steve and Kyle and the Hot Shot Secret Nation and all that's stable. The full wolf moon is here, and I'm not seeing it because we had nothing but clouds outside. Even though you can't really see it behind the clouds of winter, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, make the flit back to Fort Wayne, Indiana. Hey, just 353 days, 353 till Christmas. We're counting down already. All right, Pappy wanted to know, Kyle, what would you do? You have a recommendation? Ask Kyle, what off-the-shelf oil would you use? Not Hot Shot, but like Pennzoil or Valvoline or Quaker Steak. Is one better than the other, or what would you say?
Are we just talking for like a passenger car application?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, just as Bob had mentioned, with their testing of Stay-Bill, same thing we see. There's a lot of poor products out there in our lubricant world, unfortunately. So all engine oils are not the same. And so I will say that all the big name brands do usually have at least a good offering, but it's usually not their bottom level stuff that they really peddle out a lot through the retailers and stuff. So best I can tell you is just to do your research and look at some real world testing on the oils. We're going to have some stuff in the pipeline for the passenger car type of engine oil at some point, but until then, I just encourage you to do your research. There is a big difference in quality out there.
Okay. And I know for some of the big names, some of them say, you talk about the PAO or the synthetic, Yeah, when I go, I've got the Subaru, the lease, and I've had a couple of oil changes, and they say that the recommendation on the Subaru is the synthetic. I've been using what they call the semi-synthetic, which I guess if it's the Valvoline brand, obviously, semi-synthetic, it's probably just a little bit of the actual synthetic blend, right?
Right, and it's like when we talk about the PA oil that we use in our high-end oils, those are Group 4s. The conventional oil is a Group 2 oil. It's just a little more hydrocracked from the goop oil. You see it in a barrel of oil, the Group 1 stuff. So it's got some resistance to shearing and breaking down. When you step up to a Group 3, it's been through more hydrocracking, so it's more stable. It can last longer. That's what the world calls a synthetic. It's not quite the type of synthetic we see with the Group 4, but it does last longer, and that's why when you are getting the oil change at the quickie lube type of place. The conventional oil is cheaper, but the synthetic oil costs more but can last longer. And what you're talking about is a blend of the two, a Group 2, Group 3 blend. And like you said, you just really a lot of times don't know how much is blended. Is it a 50-50 blend? Is it mostly Group 3? And so it does give you more longevity over just a plain conventional. So you are going the right direction. But I always want to use the highest group of oils I can get. So I'd go for a Group 3 synthetic if I can't get my hands on a Group 4.
I just can't believe the price of oil changes these days compared to where they were not that many years ago. I mean, you used to get a 1995 oil change. Hell, when I go to the Valvoline, it's just like an oil and a filter change. It's like $90.
Oh yeah, you're hundreds of dollars in a big diesel truck. It's really gone up through the roof. And unfortunately, that's like in our world, that's where we try to educate people because. It's tough to spend that much money, and it hurts the pocketbook. But it's not the type of place you want to skimp on because what you're sacrificing is more engine wear and problems down the road. You're just punting the problem down the road where it compounds into a really expensive fix on it. So it's just not an area you really want to skimp on when you're trying to protect your investment is on the oil side. So grin and bear it, and make sure you're running the good oil.
Gilligan, Happy New Year. What's happening this Friday?
Oh, not much. Just driving up 81 eating Reese Cups.
There you go.
Happy New Year, Steve and Kyle, and all the listeners out there. Yep. Now I got a question. Now, I know we could use stuff in the two-cycle engines, clean things out and everything, stabilize it and all. But is there anything that'll stop the varnish buildup of these carburetors from the gasoline? Now I'm losing what I'm saying. The 10% ethanol gasoline. Because a two-cycle engine with that ethanol in it, get a varnish buildup and mess up your carburetor. Is there anything to keep that from happening, like a chainsaw or weed eater or something?
A good question. Again, our gasoline extreme is going to clean out just about any type of deposits, even in the carburetor jets. It does a good job of helping clean those out. But again, that is a very heavy cleaner that is designed to be used periodically. You can use it. It's not going to hurt anything to use it a lot, but it's designed to be used periodically, where the application you're talking about really tends to get dirty quick just because of the nature of how the engine's built. But the best I would tell you is just to add some gasoline stream to your bulk tank or your bulk can you're using once a year and make sure that it gets flushed through all your equipment.
Yeah, well, but I tell you already know this. Usually, if you keep the ethanol gasoline, you want gasoline with ethanol in it, obviously, usually 10% blend. But if you keep that in a weed eater or a chainsaw or other two-cycle engine, and if it don't totally get run out of gas or something, that varnish will build up in that carburetor and you don't know. I have a good friend that knows all my life very much. And he's an expert in chainsaws and weed eaters and such. And it's just, I'm wondering if because it's sitting there, even with the gasoline extreme in it, would that keep that from sticking? You know what I mean? To get that gum out, get that gum in that carburetor.
I don't know how to answer that. Potentially that could. That might actually be a better application for on the stable side, like maybe with their 360 product, which has the cleansing properties as well, but more as a preventative treatment to it. So that might be a good question for Bob.
Yeah, I try to run non-ethanol gasoline in my 2-cycle engines for this reason. Now,
Sure.
unfortunately, I had to buy my chainsaw over the weekend, and no place that had non-ethanol gasoline was open. Unfortunately, none of them had pay at the pump, so I ended up getting 10% ethanol gasoline. But I try to avoid that for that reason, for my chainsaws every week. Okay. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all sponsoring the show. I hope everybody has a safe night and a good weekend. Oh, by the way, Steve, my lawyer was right. He was off 11 days. Do the math. Actually, think about it.
All right.
Hey, take care. Everybody have a safe, good weekend.
Thank you, Gilligan. You do the
Thanks
same.
for calling.
Appreciate you checking in. Well, you say 5-7.
I've been laughing since the news. I'm sorry I had to throw in there. Hillary Clinton taking a professor's teaching position, and I'm trying to think, what can she? I mean, would you send your daughters to this class, let alone your sons? But the only thing I can see outside on the board is how to sleep your way to the top. It just absolutely. I mean, that was a good Friday funny right there. Really, also tonight they did make mention of something about guys that are going out, firing up your vehicles and letting them run, build up the battery. Well, just yesterday morning, I was talking to some of our fellow drivers that said that their Generacs, their generators, actually fire up for a short period of time periodically. So I'm sort of wondering, is that building up moisture or damage doing that? So, it was interesting to hear that part of it. So, and that's exactly what I've been doing, firing up the Dodge, getting it, warmed up, not even moving it, and then shutting it off. So I guess I'm going to get it out and run it a little bit more. But other than that, thank you for your sponsorship. Thank you for your sharing the product with us and educating us, and knowing that our oil companies aren't taking care of us, so we got to do it ourselves. Other than that, and thank you for the sponsorship for Steve. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail, wait for Monday morning on Facebook for my notification. It's 5-7. We down.
Well, trust me, blink an eye, and that notification will be coming your way because, boy, the time flies. All right, we return into final time out here, a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, Kyle, as we head down the home stretch here, for those who may not have been with us a bit ago, you're kind of recap. You're looking for the hub oil additive testers, right? Which I guess originally that was going to be Moose Juice or Slickum, but it's going to be the hub oil additive. How do they participate in that if they want to join in?
So all we need is email and phone number. You can either send that to sample@hotshotsecret.com, or you can text it in, and the number you text to is 614-547-3382. And just send us your email and phone number. We do ask that you have a infrared thermometer for the test. But that's how you throw your name in the hat to be one of our testers.
And we have not talked about the new and improved gasoline extreme. Before we get to that, the new and improved, I know for like the everyday diesel treatment, the idea is that you're going to improve your fuel economy, and with the fuel prices, diesel prices in particular, still running nearly $2 a gallon more than gas prices. Yeah, it's under $5 a gallon now, but it essentially pays for itself using the EDT. How about for the gasoline extreme? Is that like for every fill up? Is it going to improve your fuel economy enough to use that, or is that just for the gas extreme, just like every third or fourth kind of fill up?
Yeah, we recommend the gasoline extreme every 6,000 to 10,000 miles. So it's not an every tank type of use like the EDT is.
Okay.
It'd be more comparable to the diesel extreme, the periodic deep cleansing of the system. That all said, the new improved product that we just released of it was, number one, it's in a new bottle. We have a new 12-ounce bottle with the long neck that allows you to easily put it in the new capless gas tanks. But we've also added our LX4 lubricity additive to it. So there is a additional gain that we can get out of an upper cylinder lubricant from the LX4. So, but it's generally designed to be a periodic deep cleanser.
Okay, so I mean, it does it or doesn't it like improve fuel economy?
It does. In our testing, when we tested 1,000 vehicles, kind of like the test we're about to do with the hub oil, against placebos and everything, there's an average of, I think I had it here, 7.9% increase in mile per gallon. Now, you got to understand what that is, though. This is not like a diesel fuel additive where we're getting gains out of cleaning the system out and returning the efficiency of it, and also improving the cetane of the fuel so you get a better burn and more MPGs out. On the gas side, you're just getting, really the main gain is coming out of cleaning out the system. So therefore, if you pour this in a brand new vehicle, you're not going to see much of any gain at all, because that's a brand new clean system. If you've got a higher mileage vehicle, you'll see a drastic increase in mile per gallon. So it's really the dirtier the system, the more we're cleaning out, the more gain you'll see.
Okay.
That all said, there could still be an additional gain out of the upper cylinder lubricant in it, but you're not going to see about an 8%. That's more maybe a 0.5 to 1% gain from the upper cylinder lubricant.
I got you. Okay, so yeah, every third, fourth, whatever you'd say, 6,000 to 10,000 miles, something like that.
A lot of people just put it with their oil change. It's kind of like I'm changing the oil, I'm going to clean out the fuel system. Good time to do it.
Okay. All right, Cal, we're about to wind things down here a Friday morning. Anything we've missed? Any big plans for the weekend?
I did want to mention a couple things real quick. I'll squeeze in about the NHRDA that we're title sponsoring that I mentioned earlier. You all will see a lot about it coming soon, but one of the cool things, especially for this audience, I wanted to mention is, number one, they have they also own Diesel TV, so all the races are going to be broadcast live. I'm also working on a deal for them to work with ODSS, our other East Coast series, and broadcast all those races live. So hopefully, everybody out there will have an opportunity to watch all the racing I go to live on digital TV. Also, this is what's really cool about the NHRDA. they are semi-truck friendly. So not only every single West Coast race I'm at, Friday night they have a truck pull, a sled pull, and then on Saturdays the drag racing. But both Friday and Saturday at each one of these events, they have a giant show and shine with the semi-truck class. And they get a bunch of big rigs out there to come to the show and shine. So for those of you on the road, I always love when you stop by and see me at these events. Well, now not only do you have to park in a parking lot, you can come on in and park in the show and shine. And here's what's really cool, Steve. The NHRDA has a semi-truck drag racing class too. So what I really want to see this year is an overnight drive listener with a big rig go down the track at an NHRDA event. And the first one to do that out there is going to get a sponsorship by Hot Shot Secret. And I'm going to throw in a Steve Sommers overnight drive sponsorship for that truck too. So I want to get some of these big rigs out to our events in the show and shines and also going down the track this year.
So when you say a drag event, is that like truck and trailer, or just the cab?
It's just the cab.
Just the cab.
And this is literally, the NHRDA just has this extra class. So it's just like all the drag racing you've seen us do. You know, we've got the ET class, the 770s, the Pro Street, the Pro Mods, the Pro Dragsters. Well, then they bring out the big rigs. And the big rigs are going down the same drag strip that all the Pro Mods are. And it is a blast to watch these big rigs go down. So it's a really cool class. It's a fan favorite. They love watching the big rigs go. So, and there's everything from mild to wild. A lot of these guys just unhook their trailer and they just want to kind of have a fun and go down the strip a few times. So, and some of them are serious big rig drag racers. So you get everything in between. So I really hope we can get some of our listeners out to these West Coast events and hopefully get some of these big rigs on the track. And I'll tell you, I'm looking real quick. In April, I'll be in Arizona. May, California. In June, I'll be up in Mission, British Columbia, Canada. July is Acton, Montana. And then in September is when we're down in Texas for the World Finals. So I got some West Coast stops this year, so I hope to see some more of our West Coast friends.
That is cool. All right. Well, thank you so much. We got to close it out there, Kyle. Thank you for the update, and we'll do it again. We'll look forward to it. You have a great weekend, and thanks for being with us.
Thanks a lot, Steve. Talk soon.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep.